Well, welcome everybody. We will have some more people joining us and kind of popping in and out as they have to teach a class and then get here and then out. And we do have folks online as well. Oh, there's Fatima. Hi, Fatima. My name is Casey Peterson, and I'm the Program Development Manager here at NCI, Northern Crops Institute. And so I manage all of the education and programming that we do. If you're not familiar with NCI, we're a 4-state collaboration. We serve North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, officially a state organization of North Dakota. And our whole mission is to find new uses and new markets for the crops that are grown in those 4 states. So that's kind of what ties us in here. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Dave Ripplinger, Bioenergy Bioproducts Economic Specialist, which is one of my 3 titles and not the shortest. So I've been with Extension for quite a while. This is very much in my wheelhouse. I've had the privilege of working with NCI and other stakeholders across the state in this space for quite some time. I'm really excited about today's agenda, not because I'm on it, but because of the other folks. It really is a top-notch kind of world-class list of folks who you'll get to interact with today. I also appreciate that NCI did all the logistics, because being Extension, I'm used to, trying to get the thermostat right, and getting donuts and all of those things. But I think it's going to be a really enjoyable day. I also want to thank all of you for taking the time, because this is a really timely, important issue. And I think that we all have some degree of understanding of the situation. Hopefully you can bring you up to speed, and we'll have a number of experts, folks who are at the cutting edge in a variety of ways. So you can be up to date as anyone. And I mentioned to Casey yesterday, is really what's been assembled as a panel where, you go to a national conference and you might get this, and it would probably take you 2 days if everybody was there. So it's a great opportunity. We'll have the opportunity for interaction and the like, so you can take full advantage of the experts we have. And I'm happy to do that during my time, but I'm also always here. So, when the day is over, you can definitely reach out then.
And most of our presenters will be over Zoom, but we'll be able to interact with them. And the way that this is designed, well, let me tell you about the purpose first. This is a part of NCI's strategic plan that we launched this last spring. And one of our pillars is is current trends. And we didn't have a great way. We're developing good ways of figuring out what the current trends are. How do we learn about them? How do we figure out what we have to offer industry in those spaces? And so that's kind of what sparked this event. And then NDSU offered these Aspire Awards for connections. So your meal today is funded by NDSU College of Ag. And they allowed this to really kind of come together from that standpoint. And then NCI staff took care of all of the logistics on things. So our purpose is really, and it's structured in a way to be interactive. You're going to be tired by the end of the day. This is going to be fast-paced, even though I started 10 minutes late. So that just means we're going to have to go faster. So you have all been assigned to small groups. And we've purposely put people into groups with folks that are not in their departments, that are not in their areas, so that you get some cross-functional conversation going throughout the day. If you look at the second sheet, there's a note sheet here that says Insights, Design Thinking. This is meant to build as you hear each speaker, right? There's questions that are here, the notes that you'll take will move you towards identifying opportunities and talking about what would you like to prototype. If you could choose one idea and do it, what would you do? So we'll kind of finish with that conversation at the end of the day. But design thinking is something that was developed at Stanford in the B school there, maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And it's really useful in taking just information you're hearing and moving it towards those actionable ideas, because we have a ton of expertise in the room and online. From NDSU, from NCI, we have Department of Agriculture here, we have Department of Commerce signed up, we have our commodity groups here. And so this is a place where all of us can figure out how do these renewable fuels factor in to our work. Where are the opportunities for research? Where are the opportunities for education? Where are the gaps in machinery, right? And the processes and those types of things. And so that's really what today is meant to do. So please, it all relies on your engagement, right? And your willingness to have those conversations and go with.
So I'm going to talk about a few things really high level. As I talk about particular issues, I'll also touch on other terms and definitions, hopefully at a pace that you can understand. I can just pull up my laptop too.
It's not advancing. There you go. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's already set. There you go. How about that?
Yeah. Great, thanks. Yeah, so the first thing I want to start with is renewable diesel. Again, I've been in my position for about 15 years, so I've seen and lived through much of the developments, including the emergence of renewable diesel. This is very much a term, just as a North Dakotan, you should have in your dictionary, because it is a very important part of our economy. Even if you don't directly work in ag or energy, the economic impacts are tremendous. So renewable diesel is a biofuel. So we use biomass, in this case, vegetable oil, animal fat, or grease, to produce this product, which actually meets the diesel specification. It's a drop-in fuel, so I can essentially swap it one for one with diesel. I can put it in the same tank, the same pipe, the same engine, and it runs as diesel because it essentially is diesel. But instead of starting with petroleum, we started with something from agriculture. That is something to note, and it's important to note and keep clear that this is not biodiesel. Biodiesel has been around at commercial scale for much longer. It's still very much a part of the biofuel industry. We produce quite a bit. It will likely continue to. Biodiesel does have limitations. It uses the same feedstocks, or can use the same feedstocks, oil, fat, and grease, but the process is different. It's actually much more simple, but the resulting product is different in ways that it's limited. It has a different cloud point. It has a little bit more difficulty starting. And so if you ran B100 and didn't know that, you would have issues. Also, as I noted, we have one of the largest renewable diesel refineries in the world in North Dakota, in Dickinson, which is another one of these unique things that all seem to be here in the state, where they're oftentimes not present in many ag states. That's owned by Marathon. They have a joint venture, and so they own part of the crush plant in Spiritwood by Jamestown. So soybeans get crushed in Spiritwood. That oil goes to Dickinson for renewable diesel production. Next thing I want to talk about is SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. This is the next step in building the biofuel industry. In this case, we're talking about jet fuel produced with biomass. There's two ways to get to SAF. You can use the same feedstocks and the same process, just dialed a little bit differently as you'd use to make renewable diesel. So many, including one of the speakers this afternoon, they have a facility where they can make renewable diesel or SAF, depending on market demands. The other way to do it is alcohol to jet. So this is taking ethanol and converting it into SAF. It's of significant interest, one, because there were concerns, I think might have been a little bit overblown, that the ethanol industry was in serious jeopardy because of EVs. I think some of the EV excitement was a bit overblown, but in terms of market potential, market growth, this is a next big piece. The size of the global aviation industry is about the size of the domestic gas market here in the United States. So to get to even displace any amount of that with biofuels is a tremendous call. We're also fortunate, Gevo, we'll have someone from Gevo here today too. They're one of the leading, and I'd arguably say the leading alcohol-to-jet company in the world. They recently bought Red Trail, corn ethanol refinery in Richardton. So again, a North Dakota related tie. Just a brief note, it seems can sometimes be a little confusing, but I'd like to make clear that folks understand that today we use ethanol primarily as a fuel additive and not as a fuel. The primary driver is its octane, and the energy contribution is great in addition to it. Those are somewhat different things. If we look, we have these basic fuels, we have these fuel additives, again, something that these compounds that have a benefit other than energy, they might also contain energy like ethanol does. Then finally, we have the actual blend. So then these ends up being a fuel, maybe that a consumer ultimately buys or something along the supply chain. And it's important to know too, there's certainly times, either at the wholesale level or at the retail level, where higher blends of ethanol, when we move from about E10 to E15, that's where suddenly it's the value of ethanol as an energy source, where it has to come into play. And so oftentimes we're at a level where it is advantageous at the wholesale or retail level to buy and use higher blends on an energy equivalent basis. The other thing I'd like to get across, I know we'll have a few speakers today who are well versed in this, will likely add more information. The size of the current renewable diesel market, including that which faces the consumer. And so right now, and it's in California specifically, most diesel sold in California is biodiesel and renewable diesel, more so than petroleum-based diesel. The expectation is by 2030, it will all be renewable diesel and biodiesel. Because that's a bit more than half, and California is about 10% of the transportation fuel market, that's 5% of all diesel consumption in the US is biodiesel, renewable diesel in California. This slide is a bit old, but a little over 2 years ago, a colleague of mine who lived in Orange County mentioned that he was at his local gas station. You can see a little Chevron decal there, that he actually seen the product at the gas station. Now most retail stations in California carry it. It was basically just the timing issue. But again, if you look at the left side, we see renewable biodiesel B20. So that is 80% renewable, up to 20% biodiesel, and then at least a splash of petroleum. And for Chevron, that's their primary diesel product in the state. Marathon, which is typically flagged as ARCO, they're R99. So if you go to a gas station in California, you're going to see something like this, or you're going to see an R99, which is 99% renewable diesel and then a splash of petroleum-based diesel. The next topic, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. A really fundamental technology framework, and especially for North Dakota. So when we convert sugar into alcohol, we also produce CO2. So at our corn ethanol refineries, all of them are going to take the starch to sugar to alcohol. And we have this CO2. CO2 is valuable, it has uses, but we produce it in such quantities and often in the wrong spot that we can't take advantage, at least today. There's interest in either finding uses for it or to store it. And in North Dakota, we have 2 corn ethanol refineries that have this technology that have been in operation for some time. So Red Trail, the Gevo property, and then Blue Flint, which is near Washburn. Very unique opportunities. At the same time, carbon capture and use is not at all new to North Dakota. Dakota Gas near Beulah has been doing it for almost 25 years. And a lot of people who have concerns, and it's okay to have concerns, aren't familiar with that, where you've had CO2 being, in a pipeline in North Dakota, Saskatchewan for more than 2 decades. Also, and I'll plan to share with you afterwards, the Industrial Commission recently released a bunch of carbon capture and storage resources. It includes and certainly has that coverage of bioenergy, but it includes that broader spectrum. So also coal-fired power, CO2 capture post-combustion, pipelines, enhanced oil recovery, all of those things. Really critical topics to North Dakotans that many aren't familiar with. Really briefly, and I think this is a term now that most people know and use in agriculture. I think it's made the list. Carbon intensity, carbon footprint, the idea that a product or a service has emissions associated with it. What those exact emissions are can vary. You have a little bit of liberty when you calculate that number. You're clear of what you're calculating and how. But that carbon intensity number is very important. It's important in biofuels. If you're looking at federal policy, if you're looking at some state policy, it's also important, outside of this biofuel space for food crops. So if you're going into certain markets, if you're going to sell products into Europe, you're going to sell products into Japan, Korea, they're not right now necessarily requiring that number, but they will shortly. And I think it's logical to think within 5-10 years, they'll be saying, we want a number that's at least this level or lower. Casey made a comment about technology. Related to carbon intensity is the actual measurement of it. So this would be the idea of a system in not necessarily real time, but while systems are operating to measure, monitor, report, and verify emissions. This is of particular importance in ag. If we're going to build out this system that incentivizes farmers or allows them to access certain markets, this technology is critical. There's been a lot of work done, but there's not anywhere near clarity on what's going to ultimately evolve and dominate in terms of architecture or pieces. And for those of us in agriculture, this is going to be really interesting. What type of on-vehicle technology, in-field technology, infrastructure in a rural area, what type of data needs to be reported and how's it going to be verified, all the jobs that might go with that. At the same time, making it as low effort as possible for farm managers and others. But MMRV, you'll certainly come across in this space. So I definitely have some time for some questions. There's a lot of terms, there's a lot of concepts. The best way to learn a language is to use it. There is now almost daily something in the egg press in this space. So this morning, if you didn't see it, Truterra, which is part of Land O'Lakes, they laid off 30 folks in their carbon offset group. Last week, there was an announcement of another dairy adding a digester for biomethane production. These stories were a lot less common 10 years ago. Now they're really quite present. So I'd encourage you to continue to engage. And of course, today is a great opportunity to do that. But I think that we did share terms with the group. If people have questions about those terms, I can also just start at length beginning with letter A.
And there's also a glossary. I printed copies. They're at the first seat in the middle row. So if you need to look something up, just flag down the first person. Pass those around.
Anybody want to crack the seal on a conversation?
I do have a question about sustainable aviation fuel and just the planes, like are planes ready for SAF, and what planes, what airlines? Because I'm just curious, like if there truly is a device ready to use SAF and ready to fly.
Yeah, so SAF is an umbrella term. Using SAF today, I'm thinking biofuel. So a low carbon biofuel. It wouldn't be a drop-in, but it's something you'd use in a blend. So between maybe 5 and 20%. We actually have considerable real world experience, but actually here in the upper Midwest, Cargill 2 years ago contracted for camelina acres. Camelina is an industrial oilseed, non-food oilseed. They had some, can be grown as a winter crop. People signed the contract, grew the camelina, delivered it. Cargill collected it, crushed it, sent the oil to Montana to the folks who will be here this afternoon. They produced SAF. They sent that fuel to Minneapolis, and a plane flew from Minneapolis to New York City. The issue for a lot of these things isn't like technical feasibility, it's cost. And so you really need some reason to do it. You know, for Delta, it was part of business. You know, this is something major airlines, global airlines know that they have to do, and they have to work on it now. There's not tremendous policy support for SAF domestically. I'll talk about the EU has policy that mandates use, and those will drive things. But to recap, there's also other types of SAF, non-biofuel SAF, but it is meant to displace some jet fuel in a blend. And there were, again, a few other projects. Southwest had a contract with Valero, which is a bioenergy company. They were going to use a lot of Midway. But when SAF, especially in small batches, is $12 a gallon versus $6 a gallon, you're not going to, unless you have another reason, you're not going to do it.
We have an online guest,
Yeah.
Chandra, who asked, as we begin, could you please define which GHGs we're concerned with, methane, CO2?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So which greenhouse gases are you concerned with? It depends. In some language, we're talking strictly about carbon. So carbon dioxide, different forms of carbon in the environment. Generally, when we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions for biofuels, it's everything from soup to nuts. The major contributors are, CO2 emissions, it's nitrous oxide emissions. But what we do is we take all of those estimated amounts for the scope of our product, convert it all to CO2 equivalents, and then we have a single number. For any particular product, when you do that math, you're talking about almost certainly dozens of different greenhouse gases. One of the things that happens is CO2 is a relatively weak greenhouse gas, but we produce a lot of it. Nitrous oxide is a very strong greenhouse gas. It's 300 times as impactful. And so when we don't get nitrogen into the corn plants to do what we want it to do, those emissions are very, very significant. But again, when you do that work, you begin by identifying the unit, you identify exactly where the estimate's going to begin and end. It's begin in the field and then end when somebody's using the fuel. You collect a bunch of information about processes and inputs, and Then you use software and you plug it in and it tells you, okay, here's 1,001 different, possibly really, really minute emissions. Most of them you kind of wave away. CO2, nitrous oxide are the big ones. And the one thing I want to know too in all of this, agriculture contributes a massive, produces a massive amount of greenhouse gas, a massive amount. But relative to the work and relative to the product, it's absolutely minuscule. It's absolutely minuscule. You know, if I take all of the emissions from corn, significant, I divide it by 16 billion bushels, it's almost unbelievable how small it is. Yep.
David, you talk about terminology and all of your interactions with farmers and others. Can you tell us what some of those hot button terms are to avoid? I noticed that the carbon specialist that we worked on at the legislature is called something else and avoids the word carbon. Please share.
Yeah, so in my experience, I typically don't choose words, I choose how I put them together. So I talk about climate and I talk about carbon, but when I talk about climate, it's typically, there are people concerned about climate. They are creating a system which you may not have a choice to participate in or not. It might be imposed, and that's background. This is the business environment in which you operate. And I very much say in plain language, this might really upset you, and I get that, but it doesn't change that it's there. And of course, we've had a dramatic shift in attitudes and priorities, especially coming from Washington. But I don't, for the most part, like pick words. And again, it's worked relatively well. I'll also mention too, working with another faculty member, we did a survey of North Dakota farmers about 1.5 years ago, asking them about climate smart practices and their thoughts about climate smart ag. And the major takeaway, which was not our initial intent, was farmers are interested in the practices for what they are. They either don't care or really don't like the language. And then that's a lesson for extension. It's like, you can go out and use controversial language. Well, that to me is like, that just gets in the way.
Just to feed off of that, what you said just makes sense. You know, a farmer may be interested in the practice for what it is, and may or may not be amenable to climate smart, climate friendly, climate something. So do you have a suggestion for a more neutral or receptive term, like is conservation? I mean, granted, it sounds like you didn't turn it into the like semantic sociological survey it could be, but yeah, thoughts. What's perhaps
why would you just call it a cropping practice? Why would you call it looking at alternative types of tillage? Kind of parking all of the baggage, because the pendulum is going to swing both ways, and in many respects it gets in the way of what farmers are trying to do and what extension is trying to do. And I think just getting to the clear basic term ignores most of that. There's really no reason to have to bring that in. But when we're talking and say the name of the program is or was Climate Smart Ag, or in my case, there are many nations and businesses and leaders who are interested in climate. You know, I can't omit that term because that's what it is. But flip side, bringing that term in or using that term when it's not necessary. And again, in our study is not published. You know, it's don't get in the way. Don't let the words get in the way. And then there's also a lot of folks who are like, they hear those words and they get pissed, right? They're very upset. And like, that's not what we want either.
Yeah, thanks, David. No, you're right. I think in many cases, agriculture feels like they've been used and abused over this issue because it's a practical application that we've been doing. Creates efficiency, builds soil health, And we've seen for political reasons, purposes, whether it's activists, environmentalists and others, that just continue to try and own it. When the reality is we've owned it. You guys are trying to take it away and trying to make it something else for your own purpose. But you're right. And I think it goes back to the other issue about CO2, and especially in North Dakota. The thing that hasn't been talked about a lot, although politics has changed the dynamics of it. The only reason we sought in 2009 to look at a class 6 injection well was to take CO2, determine how we can use it, but ultimately we had already proven it out with enhanced oil recovery. It's where we're still going. And now at least the political landscape has changed. We want to change that narrative. We want to capture all the CO2 we can, because we could even potentially produce a carbon neutral barrel of oil. And agriculture can help get us there.
And yeah, enhanced oil recovery in the state, and it's interesting because I look at it as, say, a layperson or a citizen. We have this valuable resource. We have a way to get it out and maybe tell a better story. And it also helps agriculture generate revenue. That to me is the kind of obvious thing that we want to do, but it seems as if we're waiting for the right time to officially open that conversation.
And the practical application of all that is, we don't really care if it's a carbon neutral barrel of oil. It's that CO2 is awesome for going in and lubricating that formation rock and getting the oil out. That's the real story behind it. But anybody can grab whatever they want out of that. We could have a lot of players in this game and make it useful.
Yeah, and just a little bit of background. So enhanced oil recovery is the idea that when you can take CO2, inject it into a geologic formation with petroleum, a petroleum producing well, and you're going to essentially reinvigorate that well. It's not going to go back to day one, but production is going to increase. Provide a number of opportunities. And again, too, it may be the best example of these beneficial relationships between ag and energy. And again, we're co-located. Red Trail is right there, Blue Flint is right there. You can build a pipe from here to central North Dakota with maybe less doing than building it across other places.
And our coal plants. And
yeah, absolutely.
We'd be willing to take everybody else's too, but we got to get off this whole thing about putting it in the ground and supporting climate policy that's detrimental to agriculture.
Dave, we're running behind now.
Yep, good. We can start if we want to throw up the next one.
We didn't.
Oh, it's just the next slide.
There's no other slides in the presentation.
Well, you sure?
We'll double check.
Yeah.
That's what the recap. There's two recaps. Oh, yeah. There you go. Right there. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm going to give a really brief overview of major policy and economics as it affects biofuels. The biofuel industry would not have developed as it has without policy. It's provided that floor for investment and oftentimes for production, beginning with the federal government with the Renewable Fuels Standard 20 years ago. And more recently, it's actually the state of California with their low carbon fuel standard that has led to the continued development of the industry, specifically with renewable diesel. But without those, the world would be different. Just a little slide to talk about scale, which is related to economics. I have a similar slide for canola. Just looking at the relationship between a almost small renewable diesel refinery and the number of acres of crop production needed. So 200 billion gallons is about the size of the renewable diesel refinery Dickinson. That would take roughly 3 spiritwood crush plants, and it would take 3 million acres, a little less than half of our acres. And this is at actually more than state trendline yield. If I take this and I go and we look at 5 billion gallons of renewable diesel, I can multiply that number by 25. Well, 25 by 3 is 75 million acres of soybeans. That's almost the whole crop. Both opportunity and concern for me, opportunity. The market for vegetable oil, fat, and grease is tremendous. And it's going to take a response. Maybe more oilseed acres, pushing those acres, trying to get that next bushel in the market. Will be paying for it. Winter crops, new oil seeds, a lot of different things. But just looking at what, for example, what Marathon Dickinson, Dakota Prairie Refining meant in terms of just use. A little bit of coverage on some of the original motivations for biofuel policy. So I mentioned 20 years ago, in 2005, the Renewable Fuels Standard was passed into law. It was a really different time. We were concerned about energy security. This is before development of the Bakken and all that came with that and other investments. Environmental benefits, and then also something that we sometimes forget, but it's kind of been brought to a head in the last couple of weeks. Maintaining vitality in the ag economy, rural economy, and really managing this possibility of oversupply. And so 2 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago, we found an extra 1 or 2 million acres of corn at record yields. And it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing because it can drive down prices and really hurt profitability. But biofuels are a big market. Again, if we look at the scale of renewable diesel, it can use a lot of material. So talking about the RFS, really high level, it mandates use in the United States by type. And the primary thing it did was it supported that investment in initial production. And so this is a chart from USDA, and just in number of plants, but a dramatic increase, really within 5 years of production capacity. Really went from about like 3 billion gallons to 15. And again, it's because they had that floor, knowing that somebody was going to use it. The truth is, really since 12, 13, 14, the RFS typically doesn't bind. It actually doesn't officially. We have a surplus of use relative to those levels. A bit of a change in that a proposal from the administration. They actually dramatically increased the volumes for another term, biomass-based diesel. So biodiesel, renewable diesel for next year and the year after. So that floor's been raised. So they're basically saying, industry, you need to use this much. And really, in some respects, they were catching up because the numbers have been too low the last 3-4 years. But that's a tremendous shift, and really does put it to the point where the RFS is almost driving use and production. Within that same proposal, there's this idea that maybe we will not weight imported biofuels or imported feedstocks the same way, kind of preferring that those produced domestically. Proposals, so those have to go through. If there's 3 digits, I want you to remember characters. I want you to remember today, it's 45Z. With the possibility that it will fundamentally change production ag very soon, or possibly not at all. It's an interesting place. 45Z is a relatively new section of the tax code, provides a tax credit up to a gallon for it's not biofuel, low carbon fuels produced in the US. 2 important parts. The size of the credit is tied to the incremental change in carbon intensity. So if I make a small change I can get an extra penny or two a gallon. Well, as an economist, that's pricing, and that works really well. It's really efficient. The other important part of this is that within the law, although we don't have final rules, we're looking at accounting for on-farm practices. So how corn is produced or soybean is produced would matter. Just a little bit of background on how rules are made. So the law is passed, but in most cases, a regulatory agency has to build out the rules of how things are going to work in a procedural way. And that takes time. And it can take more time if an administration isn't really excited about it, or it's a somewhat contentious issue. 45Z, the Inflation Reduction Act, was 3 years ago. If people really wanted to have a rule, we'd probably have a rule. But it was just extended in the one big beautiful bill. There's a lot of folks who very much want to see this part of the law developed. But it's very interesting because in this case, it's on-farm practices. And so it could be check a box because you're no-till, or communicate to your refiner that you're no-till, or your marketer. And that traveling through the supply chain, getting to the IRS, results in an increase in the tax credit. And again, our challenge right now is we don't know what practice is. We don't know how much they count. We don't know what's required for the MMRV. What do I have to do? Do I just make an attestation saying this is what it is? And until we have that rule, you can't do half of it. And so we're very much waiting. And again, really interesting opportunities in North Dakota of things that might happen. So the carbon capture from ethanol refineries, we're in a better spot because the biorefinery side is much further ahead. But we do have in North Dakota a low carbon fertilizer. So this is Dakota Gas. They've been doing that CO2 capture and use for a long time. So their ammonium sulfate is low carbon fertilizer. Their ammonia is low carbon fertilizer. Their urea is not, because they're adding the CO2 back. And of course, we have a lot of folks who are no-till. So that puts North Dakota producers, without likely not making any changes, an opportunity for increased revenue, which is really interesting. Hopefully, we get some clarity about this soon. As mentioned before, Extension is hiring for a new specialist to work in this space. And my hope, and we're working quickly, that they can be in their position for at least 2 weeks before even the proposed rules come out. Other big driver, and this is actually really the primary driver, has been the primary driver of biofuels from a policy standpoint for a decade, and that's California's low carbon fuel standard. For about 15 years, they've had a policy which mandates transportation fuel suppliers to continually reduce the carbon footprint, the average carbon footprint of the fuel used. And what they've done is they use cap and trade. I won't go into the mechanics, but essentially they're saying, we know what our goal is, and you guys have to meet this goal, but we're not going to tell you how to do it. We're not going to say you have to use product X or don't do this. Go figure it out. And what the market found is that biofuels are by far the best, easiest way to address this policy. Initially, a bit with ethanol and biodiesel, and more recently with renewable diesel. This is the best, most economical way to reduce that carbon intensity of their fuel. And they're basically going to stop using diesel, petroleum-based diesel. The other one that's played a role and has provided very unique, significant investment opportunities, biomethane. So this would be having a digester, throwing in organic material, producing methane. With that, as long as in that digester could be located anywhere, as long as it hits part of the broader natural gas pipeline network, which is basically everywhere, you can then create California LCFS credits. And at times, the value of that credit is like 10x the price of the physical. So if the price of natural gas might be $3 or $4, a decatherm, that same physical amount might generate $30 or $40 in tax credits. I should say not tax credits, LCFS credits. It's a market-based mechanism. So we've seen many large dairies. If you're familiar with Riverview, that's a common part of their model. We've seen a lot of investment in swine barns across the Midwest. Some work in cattle, taking advantage of that. Some more challenging news. California Air Resources Board has established a cap for the percentage of biofuel that can be made with canola, soybean, or sunflower oil. And the real reason for this is not necessarily to cap it, it's to drive the continued use of everything else. But it'll be interesting how that plays out. Again, much of the response in renewable diesel was for California. This is not great news, but it's an opportunity. There's a parallel to it. But California is not the only state or place with an LCFS. All of Canada has one. Oregon, Washington State, so on. When we think about the change in priorities at the federal level in the United States, some of that has not been, overly supportive of biofuels, but globally there's other things that offset that to some extent. They're not fully enforcing that rule for a bit, and we'll see exactly what they do. I wish that someone would talk to them and let them know that we have ample vegetable oil supplies. If we go back to 2005, the soybean industry in particular, they very much wanted this new market, this large market for soybean oil, because we had excess. And I think it's a little bit short-sighted to put a cap on that, but that's where they sit. This chart is not meant to be mastered by you in any respects, but this is from California. It's their reduction in the carbon intensity. So they wanted a 20% reduction in 20 years. The black line is, and then eventually gray was like the goal line. The green line is what actually happened. You can see they got ahead. When renewable diesel hit, they got far, far ahead. And the good news is, state of California said, well, they're doing better. Let's increase the target. And so now it's a 30% reduction by 2030. And they'll probably the market will easily meet that. And this to me is a positive sign and really somewhat indicative of all policy, where if the response desired is made, we'll increase the numbers. We'll provide that opportunity. If A can deliver and A delivers, then let's raise the biomass-based diesel number and so forth. One of my last things to talk about is SAF, a acronym CORSIA, which is the carbon offset regime. It's actually a reduction scheme for international aviation. So this is all of the global airlines. They basically sat down. They know which way the wind is blowing globally, and it has not changed in any respects, even in the last 8 months. They've created their own system, and that acts somewhat in parallel to what everyone else is doing. Basically, the expectation is they know they have to decarbonize. They have their bureaucracy created. Much of those goals will be met with biofuels, with SAF. And then I already talked a little bit about Europe. Their program's called Refuel, mandates SAF use for flights leaving the EU. They don't allow food crops, which is an interesting situation. And they're kind of ramping in early beginning this year, but by 2050, 70% of their fuel, they would like to be SAF. So a massive amount of material. The challenge with them wanting non-food crops is we don't necessarily grow a bunch of non-food industrial oil seeds that are just like extra. But this is where something like a camelina would fill in, or related plant. So to recap, policy is very important in the development, oftentimes in the continued vitality of the industry. Watch 45Z. This is what I don't think we can miss. It'll hit the egg press hard. If and when we have a proposed rule, an extension will be there. And even though at a national level, and it's interesting, at a national level, we've had kind of this shift in priorities, but the proposal made by the administration for the RFS is very aggressive, very supportive of biofuels and ag. 45Z passing is very supportive. But it's important too to look at these other players, because when one light kind of dims a little bit, doesn't mean the other ones are going to get dim too. So that was my second recap, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
If Europe doesn't want food crops going into the SAF in future airline fuel, where do they think that either non-food oilseed or biomass SAF is going to come from? Like continent, country, crop?
Yeah, so the general theme would be they would like non-food oilseeds.
Okay.
And there's an opportunity. Right when that rule was made, I got called by a rather large company that's now in the weight loss business for some reason. You might not know that joke. So Novozymes, like big Novozymes company, they also came out with all of these because they started with insulin, and this is related to all the Ozempic things. That's going to like double or triple the size of the Danish economy. It's crazy. But anyways, I got a call from them and they said, how are we going to do this? And so it's like, well, here's a list of 8 things we can do. The first thing I would do is call them up and say, you know what, why don't you put a pin in this, because I can grow a heck of a canola crop right here, right now, and we don't have to put in a non-food crop that's going to take the same acre and that isn't going to perform because we simply haven't done the work on that crop. But that's a non-starter. So where are you going to get it? You're going to have more oilseed acres. You're going to have more intense production. You're going to have cover crops. You're going to shift production. If you look at a crop like sunflower, the economics change. So you might see different varieties pushed by companies. But that's in general the thought. Cellulosic is tough for a variety of reasons. And scale and material handling are really the big ones. You need a massive amount of material to make the economies work. And then getting bales of stover or whatever, constantly, every minute you need to drop a giant bale without fail. It's a lot more difficult than people think.
Well, I was just wondering, I think about like sugarcane in Brazil, there's a lot of cellulose there. I don't really know what Brazil is doing.
Yeah, it's a good question. So like in Brazil, they burn the bagasse, and that actually drops their carbon footprint. So they crush the cane, they take the raw sugar, they burn the bagasse, which is, they have combined heat and power. So they heat the plant, generate electricity, and it just drops the carbon footprint. I'm sure there's some opportunities playing globally, but truthfully, who's going to respond? It's going to be the United States. And again, if the price is right, a farmer would grow 20 bushel an acre, whatever. But there's also some of those non-food industrial oil seeds have done well, especially on the Montana side, performing as well as canola, at least in trials. So, question over here.
Dave, is it interpretation though? Because the EU becomes a bit short-sighted in the fact that they don't understand corn is not corn. Corn that we use for food grade corn, is completely different. 2-3 million acres are used there. The rest is all for industrial use and feed. In the same way, whether you take canola meal, sunflower meal, or soybean meal, the co-product is feed. So it's a
I
bit
wish.
short-sighted and they just don't see the end result.
That's pretty much the situation. And I just take it as a given. I'm in the education business, and a lot of times when people have their opinion or their belief, it's like it's not a necessarily good use of my time.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. And trust me, I have a long list of things like that, which are real head scratchers. Where if your ultimate goal is addressing climate, as they say it is, it's like, well, then why are you doing these 5 things? But that aligns with long-held beliefs, and I'll use the term beliefs.
Mike had a question. Okay, so about 10 years ago, there was the big push, of course, for Carinata and for sustainable aviation fuel. And then that production moved into the southeast US. Seems like it's maybe stable in that part. I don't know, one of the big drivers why they didn't stay in this area was because there's too much competition with food acres versus industrial use at the time. And so now it seems like maybe that policy is changing a little bit where maybe industrial acres are preferred for specifically for a crop like, or maybe there's more space for industrial uses for a crop like Carinata as far as policy goes. So is there kind of any change there that might account for making it more favorable to have acres devoted specifically for industrial?
Yeah, well, just kind of starting from the policy side. So there's policy-driven demand for non-food oil seeds. I should just say for inputs to SAF that are acceptable. And that drives into price. And so that could raise the price of Carinata or Camelina to the point where it's then competitive, right? Where even though you're going to get 35 bushels or 100 weight, whatever 100 weight of this, you get this much more canola. The revenue per acre, the returns per acre are no longer in canola's favor. And again, just using that because that'd be the obvious swap. At scale, that's a little tough. That being said, one of our speakers this afternoon at Montana Renewables, that's very much the space they're in. They're in Great Falls, they're looking at those types of acres. And for them as well, they have one customer who wants that. There are other customers who don't care. And so it could be you run a couple weeks with a non-food oil seed, and then you swap back to a canola or whatever it might be. And again, that's what's going to be really interesting because these prices are going to cause a lot of changes. And it's not exactly obvious how that's going to pan out for almost any entity, a farm, crush plant, a biorefinery. But it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out. And we have some latent demand for SAF. It's important to know too, with the last comment, 45Z did have a kicker. It used to be up to $1.75 tax credit for SAF. That was removed. That really hurts the economics of SAF, or changes the economics, and more so for alcohol to jet. But yeah, we'll have to kind of just wait and see. But I wouldn't be surprised if, and again, we had the folks contracting Camelina acres up here 2 years ago. That could easily happen again.
All right.
So my name is Pat Hebner. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Innovation at the RFA. A little bit of my background is I spent about 10 years at Poet. I started out at the bench, just research scientist doing compositional analysis, field studies, and cellulosic ethanol work. Then kind of transitioning to some more kind of technology scouting and business development roles. From there, I spent a couple of years at a Swiss German chemical company called Clarion. They had a cellulosic ethanol plant in Romania, so I spent some time in Germany as well as in Romania. And then now been with RFA for about 2 years now. So went from heavy commercial and research focus to research focus and policy. My job at the RFA is to not only kind of further kind of technology in the ethanol industry to reduce CI, but making sure our members are taking advantage of those things, everything from technology to, of course, policy as well. So those are the kind of things that we kind of lead them through. A little bit about the RFA, started in 1981, been going strong ever since. We have just under about 5 billion gallons like in the membership. And a unique thing about the RFA is that if you're an ethanol producer and you're a member and you also have a board seat and a board vote. And so when we have meetings like we're going to have our annual meeting, there'll be a number of topics that the group as a whole is to vote on.
Great, thanks. And then we'll throw it into the virtual world. But if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself and Clean Fuels slides.
Sure. Good morning, and thanks again for the invitation. Happy to be participating today. Clean Fuels Alliance America, you may, if you've been around a while, you probably previously knew us as the National Biodiesel Board. So much like RFA, we've been around for a long time. We were formed in the early 1990s. And just back in 2022, we changed our name to Clean Fuels Alliance America in recognition of the new fuels that were also entering into our space. We represent biodiesel, renewable diesel, and sustainable aviation fuel. And our mission suggests that our job is to increase the demand for those fuels. And so we have a heavy presence and a long history, and our roots are in agriculture. The U.S. soybean farmers founded the National Biodiesel Board back in the early 1990s. And so we continue to work all the way through the supply chain from, we have folks in our membership who are growers in the field, soybean processors, feedstock processors, fuel producers, biodiesel, renewable diesel, SAF, fuel distributors, and fuel retailers. So we sort of try to cover the entire supply chain of the biomass-based diesel industry. And so we got about 150 member companies from around the country. And last year, as an example, we did reach the 5 billion gallon threshold here in the United States of biomass-based diesel. So it's been a great run. I've been with Clean Fuels. I'm just starting my 21st year with Clean Fuels. So I've seen it kind of from near inception from the production standpoint. When I joined, we were producing about 50 million gallons of biodiesel a year. And as I mentioned last year, we hit the 5 billion gallon mark. And so it's been a great ride, and I think a great opportunity for U.S. agriculture. And I know we'll get into more of that. So thanks.
And I think you work with someone who's in the same office that I was in Washington.
I probably do. You mentioned a senator from Iowa, and I was guessing who that might be.
Yep. So this is really exciting for me. You guys might not be policy wonks, but this is like cutting edge. And I really wish I could get the answers and like just have them to me for like an hour a day. But there's other people here. Policies you're working on for your business, for the industry. What are the key policies in Washington, maybe California and elsewhere that are garnering your attention?
Yeah. You did a really good job, kind of laying the foundation of a lot of those things. A number of the policies that we're working on, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but we'll start off with this one. So E15 in California, that's been kind of a long kind of effort of ours. And so AB 30, which is the bill, was passed kind of unanimously, 39-0, out of the organization in California. Right now, we do have staff down there doing educational work to convenience store owners and gas station owners to talk about infrastructure and dispensing and all those kind of things. So for us, that's kind of an amazing thing that we've been working on that's kind of coming to fruition. If you mentioned California used about 1.5 billion gallons of ethanol, so that's an additional 700 million to California once that gets fully rolled out. Another thing, and I'm sure Danelle will talk about this, but we're talking about RFS integrity and RVOs, renewable volume obligations. We had, kind of comments on that. I think this administration, kind of led by, Zeldin, kind of really understands the spirit of the RFS, and the idea is to have good, solid numbers to produce a little bit of demand there. In addition to that, there's a number of bills. There's a Flex Fuel Fairness Act which was an interesting one, is basically kind of a counter to, you know, battery electric vehicles or BEVs or zero emission vehicles. The way those rules were kind of set out was that if you have an electric vehicle, it's basically counted as if you're using zero CI electricity, and said, well, you know, let's have a conversation here and also kind of put forth some policy to basically say if it's a flex fuel vehicle, you're running on renewable cellulosic ethanol. So that was another thing that we're working on. The Farm to Fly Act regarding SAF, right? So it would allow a little bit more favorable CI opportunities for ethanol that is going into SAF. We can talk about that a little bit later, as well as the 45Z. So the 45Z is a major topic that we're talking about, you know, right now with regards to CSA, with the notice of intent to propose kind of maybe tomorrow opportunity that came out at the beginning of this year. We're also waiting on comments from Treasury and then also from USDA to kind of finalize that as well. So those are, in a nutshell, a few of the kind of policy issues that RFA takes on as well.
Yeah. Well, you're going to hear a lot of the same themes. You know, we've been longtime partners with RFA and Growth Energy in the ethanol industry. The Renewable Fuel Standard is the foundational policy, I would argue, for both of our industries, ethanol and biomass-based diesel. And so that's always on the front of our minds. The EPA has just this year proposed volumes for both of our industries for 26 and 27. So keep in mind, 25 is almost over, and we still don't have those volumes. So it's creating a lot of challenge in the industry as we're trying to plan for a volume that we're not quite sure about. The EPA did propose significant growth in biomass-based diesel. The proposal came out in the middle of June. So we are still waiting for that process to be finalized. But for the biomass-based diesel industry, what the Trump administration has proposed is nearly a 2 billion gallon increase from 2025 to 2026 volume. To put that in a little bit of perspective, the largest single year increase we'd ever seen in volume for biomass-based diesel is about 330 million gallons. So it's a massive adjustment, and it actually mirrors better the production capacity of our industry. I mentioned earlier we consumed over 5 billion gallons last year. The RVO for 2025, this current year that we're in, is about 3.3 billion. So you can see going from 3.3 to 5.6 is in that ballpark. Major jump. So that's a huge positive signal, but we need to get those finalized. And then small refinery exemptions are part of the RFS that allows obligated refiners to actually ask for an exemption to their obligation under those volumes. So in essence, it's like the government can give with one hand and take away with the other by granting these small refinery exemptions. And so the ethanol industry and we have suffered through all kinds of wild swings with small refinery exemption granting over the last 4 or 5 administrations. And it's a huge challenge for our producers to try to figure out where they're supposed to be. Are we supposed to produce to hit this volume, or is that volume going to be undercut by these small refinery exemptions? So we are as well waiting for the final rules to come out on that. And that may take another month or so to sort itself out. And so again, here we are, we're going to bump up against probably the first of 2026 before we really know what those volumes look like. So that is by far the foundational policy. 45Z is the tax credit that our industry has enjoyed for quite a while. It's new under this 45Z provision. So there's a bunch of changes made. And from agriculture's perspective, probably one of the most important changes that was made under the One Big Beautiful Bill is the removal of the indirect land use change penalty for under 45Z. So that's a huge boost to domestic veg oil feedstocks. And so their competition with lower CI feedstocks, when you think about used cooking oil, animal fats, distillers corn oil, they've kind of leveled the playing field quite a bit. So that's a very good thing there. And then for us also, California, currently in the state of California, the low carbon fuel standard pulls over half of our fuel that's produced here in the United States ends up in the state of California. Last year, last quarter, we were about 75% of the entire diesel pool in the state of California was made up of biodiesel and renewable diesel. So well over 2 billion gallons heading to the state of California. So that low carbon fuel standard policy in California, extremely important to the biomass-based diesel industry. And California, you all probably know, doesn't really understand Midwest agriculture very well. And so they have become quite unfriendly to row crop, food-based, as they'll say, food-based oils that could be used in fuel production. So they have created a series of barriers, in my opinion, to make it harder for our producers to bring veg oil-based fuels into California. So we're always going to have a fight there to keep that market wide open.
A quick follow-up on that.
Yeah.
And I answered a related question that it's not really easy or possible to do. Is there a chance you could educate CARB or the state of California on the feasibility of using canola oil, soybean oil, sunflower oil for biofuel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been in a long-term relationship because of the low carbon fuel standard. That LCFS has been in place for almost 20 years. The ramp up over the last 5 or 6 years has been the most significant, but that's also been during that time frame where I think environmental groups have been able to be very aggressive with CARB and with the administrations in California to try to bring introduce concerns about veg oil-based fuels. There's a group in California that would suggest that renewable fuel production, biomass-based diesel, ethanol production, is worse for the environment than petroleum production. Now, we all know that's not true. It can't be true. And so, but those are that's what we're kind of stuck running up against. And so we continue to have those conversations. CARB, the California Air Resources Board, is a governor's appointed, pretty much a governor's appointed, I'll say independent, because I'm supposed to, independent commission that kind of oversees the air quality issues, and our fuels fall under CARB. And so there's a lot of independence there in that board makeup and their ability to set policies. And so that's what we continue to fight against.
I think you should buy some plane tickets so they can see all the soybeans we have.
You know, you probably meant that tongue in cheek a little bit, but we have actually invited the CARB board members and their senior staff to travel to the Midwest. They've agreed to do this. We haven't gotten the details worked out, but to bring them actually to a farm in the Midwest to actually see soybean production, front and center, up front and center. So they obviously don't grow soybeans. They don't grow canola in California. So they're not used to these kinds of row crops and the production techniques. And they also don't know how much smarter agriculture production is than what they may have been thinking it was like 20, 30, 40 years ago. So we certainly would love to introduce them to it and give them a chance to hear from farmers directly.
That's a great point. I'd like to add to that a little bit. So California has recently kind of gave us a little bit of a insight on what they're going to do with sustainability requirements. And they're going to potentially put requirements to have the feedstock kind of tied all the way down to the shapefile of the field. And I remember having a conversation with some of their staff, this was probably a year and a half ago, about, well, we just have to make sure it's not from new farmland. We're like, well, the RFS already dictates since 2007, you can't have, renewable fuels that come from cropland that has been kind of put into production post 2007. On top of that, you just have to go to the USDA and figure out we're losing crop acres. It's been in reduction since the 20s. And, we always kind of preach this aggregate compliance. And that's what the RFS is kind of based on, this aggregate compliance that the reductions in crop acres, we're not plowing under new fields. We're not cutting down forests to grow crops in the United States. If anything, we think, and a lot of other folks think too, is that it's from, urbanization, right? I'm old enough where I drive through my town and I go, this used to be cornfield, right? That kind of thing. And I'm sure you can all have examples of that as well. And it's not because, we're obviously not expanding crop acres or even, corn acres to a certain extent. It's relatively flat for a number of years. And that's some of the things that we continue to have conversations with CARB. To your point, Danelle, I just don't think California and or the EU just fully appreciates, you know, the ability of the Midwest, the ability of agriculture to produce.
And I'd say, I know North Dakota corn growers, when they deliver their corn to the ethanol refinery, depending where they're signing the attestation,
Yeah.
when they get there.
Right.
From some of them, they said they don't know exactly what they're signing, but they're pretty sure they're in compliance with what's right. It's like, and again, too, this is one of those things, like this policy and what's the reason? Really interesting. And a side story, I visited with Barb about a decade ago. And I was just asking them, and again, this is almost like a lifetime ago. You know, what would it take for incorporating farm level practices? And again, a lifetime ago. And the gentleman told me this was him as a staffer, but it was clearly something that they discussed and were familiar with. It was, you know, maybe not formally written policy, but basically at the time they wanted information, real-time information equivalent to what they could get from a corn ethanol refinery, a biorefinery, an instrumented facility. And, you know, it was a really interesting statement. And so then I talked to a soil scientist that was on staff, if you'd have any idea what that might cost. And he said, you know, Dave, that's really interesting. You know, when I got my PhD at Iowa State just a couple of years ago, that's what I did. I instrumented a field to look at flows in the field at a level that sounds about the same thing. I said, well, that's great. How much did that cost? He said it was $100,000 an acre. And to me, that was like the gap between policy and the field, the literal field. And to me, it's amazing how quick 45Z came. And yet, until we have final rules, it could still be, you know, we're close, but until you get there, you're not there.
Yeah.
But really interesting developments. You mentioned, Tad, working with your refineries on efficiency and the like. Years ago now, it seems that everyone got really good at extracting their corn oil. What's the new thing?
Yeah, so
the pencils have been sharpened.
Pencils have been sharpened. So there's a few things. One of them is you know, having a biology background. You know, I like to say that our industry is like really the mating or the putting together of biology and engineering, right? So we have inherently a biologic process, which is kind of facilitated by yeast and enzymes from the Lallemans, the Novozymes, the Lesops, all that kind of stuff. And I think over the years, we've really found that, I would say in the last 12, 13 years, something has come out, which is called CBP yeast, combined bioprocessing. It's yeast that they're able to kind of genetically engineer to co-express enzyme, as well as kind of streamline that ethanol production. And so we've gone from like 2.6 gallons per bushel up to, I think the industry average was like 2.92, 2.94, which is more recent, with some plants, you know, even over 3. And again, you know, corn oil, that's been since, I don't know, 2009-ish, but really since 2011, when everyone just said, hey, we're going to grab all this value. And of course, a lot of that, you know, distillers corn oil goes into renewable diesel and biodiesel as well. So really it's biology, right? I love biology. I love seeing us get more efficient in fermentation. I love extractions of corn oil. And then the kind of new thing that I've been working on quite a bit is CKF, or corn kernel fiber. That is the kind of the implementation of analytics. You take a before conversion or before fermentation sample, and then you go through, you know, 65, 72 hours of fermentation. You take an after conversion sample, and you're able to directly measure the cellulose piece. And that is actually considered cellulosic ethanol, you know, obviously sent to California, and it also gets a RIN. And so that's about 1% of an ethanol plant's kind of overall production. There, through the ASTM group, there's also some analytics going on to really determine hemicellulose, which is like 50-50, you know, cellulose and C6, C5 sugars. And so there's going to be some opportunities there. We've also seen a lot of different distillation technologies. Membrane distillation. I think maybe some of you have heard of White Fox. There's been a number of ways to implement that, not only to reduce CI of the distillation, which is our biggest CI kind of mover, as well as kind of serve as kind of a plant expansion. So a lot of ethanol plants, they may have started at 50 or 60 or 70 million gallons. They're running at 80, 90, 100, depending on that. And usually distillation is kind of that, limiting factor on those things. And so if you guys can think you can do a liquid, ethanol and water separation, that'd be great. I'd love to see that. But, having a chemistry background, I know that's going to be quite difficult because we have to, condense and revaporize and go through, malt sieves and those kind of things. And so those are the things that I like to kind of look to the future of ethanol along with. I know we talked about sequestration and EOR, but most of the downhole geology, lucky you guys, the ethanol industry doesn't sit on that. And so pipelines are a conversation. They've been a conversation for a number of time, and they're really going through it.
That's great. Yeah, and clearly ethanol is a penny business, and you guys have found pennies after pennies over the years. And just when you think it's like, well, there's not anywhere to go.
Right.
Right.
The increases these days are hard fought, right? So I mean, you have these big jumps, and you start to get smaller and smaller, increments. But at the end of the day, we're really hoping to utilize, co-products to the most extent possible. I think with regards to CO2, we'd rather do something with it, but policy kind of dictates that if there's some dollars on the table and some kind of political, opportunity and tax credits to take advantage of that, like you have to. Otherwise, you have haves and you have have-nots, and that's not good for the industry in and of itself.
Yep. And if I recall correctly, one big beautiful bill, 45Q, is the same for storage and for use.
Yeah.
Kicking it up for use.
Yeah.
Which might change the economics a little
It
bit.
could change the economics. Yeah.
Interesting. Denali, I expect that a lot of your members are a bit diverse because it's not just biodiesel anymore. Technologically, what's on the board?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the industry has grown. We've more than doubled in size since 2020. And so that growth has almost been exclusively in the form of renewable diesel production. There were some renewable diesel produced, a decade ago, but most of it's come online really in the last 5 years. And it's come online in the frame of some very familiar companies that were historically, to some degree, adversaries of both of our industries. You're thinking about the Marathons, the Holly Frontiers, the Phillips 66s, the Valeros. Those are folks that have now deeply invested in biomass-based diesel production. There's about 4 billion gallons of renewable diesel production capacity in the U.S., and there's about 2 billion gallons of biodiesel capacity. So, again, if we were having this conversation 15 years ago, there would be zero renewable diesel, and we would have been about 1.5 billion gallons of biodiesel. So lots of growth there, but that has really changed the dynamics of the industry. These renewable diesel plants are very different from a biodiesel plant. Some of it is geography. Most of them are located on the water. Many of them are just simply repurposed oil refineries. So think about it this way: a Phillips 66 identifies probably their least efficient petroleum refinery, and they've decided to turn it into a renewable diesel refinery. And so all the logistics of getting products in and out of those plants are exactly the same as it was before. So they're challenged a little bit by where they're located. When you think about access to the typical feedstocks, soybean oil, animal fats, used cooking oil, those are not necessarily most prominently on these coasts. And so they've been built around bringing feedstocks in and sending finished product out, just like their predecessor plant when they were producing petroleum. So that's a challenge for them, one that they've figured out because, again, they're producing at high volumes. But I believe that future growth in our industry will probably be in the form of renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. Just kind of as a side note, a renewable diesel plant can, for the most part, with fairly small, changes, make sustainable aviation fuel. A biodiesel plant is not capable of making sustainable aviation fuel. So there's either going to be standalone SAF plants built, or conversion of some renewable diesel assets that'll probably supply the SAF industry going forward, along with our friends in the ethanol industry. So huge opportunities in SAF. Domestically, there's about 24 billion gallons of jet fuel consumed. So there's lots of room there for growth as well. So lots of opportunities in the biomass-based diesel space. We talked a little bit about carbon intensity. That is absolutely the name of the game. It's a challenge and an opportunity at the exact same time. And so we see fleets, major fleets and transportation strategies, think about rail and think about marine, increasingly are coming to knocking on our doors about what's the accessibility for them for biodiesel and renewable diesel. Much easier to convert a railroad locomotive to another liquid renewable fuel than to try to think about batteries or other type of technology. Same thing on the vessels. And so great opportunities for market growth for biomass-based diesel. We just need to always make sure the policies that support that production stay aligned. And right now they're just a little bit out of whack.
Question, and actually, Claire, you go ahead. Yep.
Oh, sure. Well, this is all really interesting. I have a question from maybe a topic or two ago when you were talking about the disconnect between, say, field level practices, actual measuring monitor soil carbon, and say expectations of groups who are interested in carbon intensity scores and greenhouse gas emissions. The comment about the renewable fuel standard specifying the inputs can't be from, quote, new fields or newly cultivated fields. I was wondering, in addition to clearly not really understanding, Midwest agriculture and whatnot, where does CRP fit into that at all? Because I don't know what like the last 5 years have looked at, but 10 years ago when we did have the spike in crop prices, so 2012, coinciding with the expiration of a lot of 30-year CRP contracts that were signed in the 80s. We did have a big conversion of CRP land back to cropland, but I mean, at least in my mind, that's not really new land. It was just in this conservation practice for a couple of decades. Would someone on the California Air Quality Board recognize that? Or
that's an interesting question. To your point, it is still considered kind of cropland or farmland. It was just kind of tied up in a program. No doubt that I actually have a slide in my deck that I'll leave here because we don't have enough time to go through all that stuff. But the government has definitely, reduced the amount of CRP acres, but it's still categorized as cropland.
Okay, thanks.
Right. I was curious about the penny improvements in the production. On the side of what we do at NDSU, we do a lot on the side of breeding, especially for smaller crops. Are there opportunities within like developing crops to improve some of this ethanol conversion or biofuels conversion? And would that be cost beneficial?
Interesting question. The ethanol industry is from starch is definitely, built on corn as a feedstock. They're set up for it, that grain, the milling, all that kind of stuff, feed co-products that go out. I think with the increase in yields, there's been kind of a shift in kind of genetic makeup or physical makeup to favor kind of more starch and bigger kernels and bigger ears of corn as well. From that aspect, we are doing some interesting work in sorghum as well. Sorghum, it's really from a corn kernel fiber perspective, is that like per weight unit, like sorghum has a little bit more fiber involved in it. And if you could take advantage and convert some of that fiber, you can make more cellulosic ethanol. So we are working on a little bit of that, but it still has to be, somewhat starch based. And, anything that you add, you are going to take a slight, there's going to be a yield drag on your fermentation because of the reduction in starch by co-fermenting some of those things. We're hoping to make up for it with that higher value rind cellulosic ethanol. So if it has to do with incorporating, different, starch aspects, then yes.
And I might add to that. We're talking about carbon intensity and there's been financial value attached to that, right? And so when you think about the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard has been in place for 20 years from its inception, it created additional value for the lower CI feedstock. So in California, there's always been a push. Used cooking oil is first, animal fat comes second. Distillers corn oil comes third, soybean oil kind of brings up the rear then. That's been the way it's been in California since its inception, and that's because of the way the LCFS is structured. But when you looked at the federal level, historically, the tax credit for biomass-based diesel was mostly feedstock agnostic, and so and CI was not an element of that until this recent 45Z change. And so from a crop perspective, anything that can be done to reduce the carbon intensity of any of those feedstocks, so think about canola, soybean oil, sunflower, anything that can be done from a science perspective that can result in a lower CI score for those oils after they're processed is going to be a valuable thing for the fuel producer. So it's going to create that added value for the feedstock itself. And so as scientists and biologists, this is the challenge that I'm rooting you all on to be very successful in, is how do we drive down the CI scores for soy, canola, and those other veg oils that make their way into the fuel production for biomass-based diesel.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that, a lot of us have, quite a bit of ability to do, applied field scale thought research. But, when you look at the opportunities out there, certainly from a federal level, a lot of those are focused on, new type crops, certainly a lot, for instance, favoring things like camelina. But, the big feedstocks that we work with, again, from a federal standpoint, very little emphasis, I'd say, comparatively, on what those opportunities are for grants and similar things. And, I'm just kind of wondering, are there some opportunities we're not taking advantage of to work directly on projects that affect policy? Because there's a lot of independent researchers out there that might have a piece to the puzzle, and their goal is to publish their results and whatever, which is fine. But I think that there's probably not a lot of work being done out there specifically targeted towards working directly on policy type decisions. And I mean, is there an opportunity there that we're missing?
So can you reframe that from like a grant perspective, or
just from and certainly grants are part of what we need to do to operate, but are there other collaborations, or are there other ways that we can work directly with again, whether it's policymakers or groups or industry to help work on carbon intensity questions that essentially directly can feed into these decision making.
Yeah. So let me approach it from like this angle, right? So the model that we use in the United States, you mentioned the ICAO, CORSIA, we use the GREET model, right? And that's kind of done with a whole staff from Argonne National Labs. The man who heads that up his name is Michael Wang. The cool thing about the GREET model, and there's a number of them, there's California GREET, there's Oregon GREET, there's 45, what is it, Z, C, F, GREET, there's R&D GREET, you got them all. Yeah, you got them all. The cool thing, the cool thing about the GREET model is that, if there's changes that are instituted in that, they're the result of research and paper. And so that would be, the avenue that I would choose to use if you really wanted to have some input on the carbon intensity, of crop-based biofuels. It's the model that we advocate for. It's the model that we use for the calculation of final CI, and it's based on actual research that's done. And then once it's reviewed, goes through a rigorous review process, then it's instituted into the model. Some criticisms of the great models, like the numbers already changed. Well, science, we're all right. Science like moves forward. We learn more stuff. We change the model. It's not wishy-washy. It's not a back and forth. It's a very controlled process. And you get new information, you get a new answer, right? So,
And I think it's a great point because, what the high level point of what Kat just said to me is science drives this.
Yeah.
On the backside of the science, because they do need support for these calculations. And, I've worked with DOE and EPA and been on those, and they're like, okay, tell us what this is. Tell us what these numbers are. And I might grab numbers from NDSU research, NDSU extension, the academic literature, but knowing that this is driven by science and the folks who are making most of these calls who drive this are PhD level scientists who are generally really good scientists, know nothing about agriculture.
yeah.
And so we want to help them, but if we help them, they're very receptive. And this is both getting them up to speed, but then also driving where things are going. And in my experience, they're very receptive. And again, a science-driven process for the most part. We'll see what they do with 45Z for on-farm practices, but all of this work has been done. So to me, it's a very supportive and kind of logical system. And it's kind of fun because I'm a scientist. And so then you can actually like impact policy in a way that's somewhat like objective, not arbitrary.
Right.
Claire.
My comment, I wanted to make it in response to Frank Casey's question and things that the speakers said, and then I think it kind of dovetails with what Mike just also offered. My thought on that question that Frank had is, is there value in breeding? I took it to be like, is there value in breeding for biofuel uses rather than say food industry or just yield? And my perspective on that is absolutely, because something that I hear Marisol Berti, our forage and cover crop agronomist, say a lot, she works with winter camelina, winter carinata, is that there's been so little investment in the breeding of those crops, the yields still suck.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, if you think about like all the public and private investment that's gone into corn, soybean, wheat, cotton in the US and elsewhere, it's like, that is why we have these crops that are now yielding, orders of magnitude better than they did 100 years ago. And we still have all these crops that very little relative to those that's been done with. And so one of the easiest ways to increase carbon intensity would be to increase the yield of these currently rather low yielding crops, at least camelina and carinata. So if we had breeding efforts for increasing yield, and then you could also do the biochemistry stuff of selecting for specific oil profiles or starch types or whatever, I think like, yeah, we can do that. It's just there's not been investment in the breeding of those crops. And the only one I know of for like camelina off the top of my head is the Forever Green Institute in Minnesota. They've worked with camelina for 4, 5, 6 years, something like that. I think Mike and I have both hosted trials for them. But even I think that is still kind of a side project. Like they don't have a dedicated camelina breeder. They have someone who's kind of working with camelina, pennycress, this, that, and the other thing. And it's kind of catch can for funding. So, I mean, I think there'd be opportunities certainly at NDSU with our breeding strength. We have Burton Johnson, our new crops agronomist. God bless Burton, I love him. But, if and when he ever retires, maybe could that be sort of agronomy and breeding and have some resources put towards, say, improvement of biofuel crops or something like that.
One last question.
Yeah, a couple questions and a comment. The one thing I would say about taking crops and trying to develop them further is unless they have a multi-use aspect to them, farmers aren't interested. We took rapeseed, made canola, and now we're getting beat up for it and criticized because, it's a food crop. So the problem is if you don't have something that you can use someplace else too, farmers just aren't interested. It's an economics thing, but it's also when you have a bad crop that year, you have to feed it or send it someplace else. That becomes part of the problem, the issue there. But we can take it and go a step further. That'd be great. Danella,
Sorry, I just have to say, I don't understand your comment. I mean, I understand totally,
you
like,
have to
if
have
I
a
root
use
for
for
A
the on.
and A doesn't pan out, what am I gonna do with it?
Yeah,
But
that's real on the farm.
yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah,
So if you can't use it for consumption because it's strictly just an industrial use, it has very little value to a lot of farmers because what are they gonna do with it?
He's talking about the risk.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just thinking about, I don't know, I feel like corn and soybean are bad examples of that because they're so industrially used anyways. But so do you mean like
But-
wheat? Say you don't make food grade wheat, so then you have to feed it and then it's
Yeah.
worth a third the price.
Well, it's at least utilized someplace.
Yeah,
If you take an industrial crop that can't be consumed by an animal, can't be used someplace else, has no place to be integrated into the rest of your operation because you can't sell it, then it's an economic risk. It'll break a farmer.
so it needs a
And
commodity
they're-
market and not just contracts.
Yeah, well, and I use the perfect example, rape. Rape was not a product that was used broadly until they bred it differently, changed it. And now all of a sudden we have something that can be utilized in multiple ways.
Mhm.
But then you have California turns around and hits us with it. Europe hits us with it and says, well, it's a food crop. Well, it's not a food crop until it goes further processing. Either is soybean. Soybean has no value until you process it a step further so that it can be consumed by animals and so that the oil can, I mean, even the vegetable oil that comes off and goes to a plant, they need it further processed. And it's still not food grade oil. So there's so many things here, I think, that the public doesn't understand about the industry. And we get categorized. That's the problem. But I agree. It'd be nice to see breeding programs go a step further. But the issue really comes down, is anybody gonna plant it? Because farmers won't plant it unless they can see some value beyond selling it one place. And that's sort of the issue there.
Value added agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to take it someplace else. Danielle had a comment about, and this is where I need some clarification on two things. One is small refiners exemption. Every time we've ever, in the last decade, we made headway, and then we get kicked in the shins with small refiners exemption. I was looking for a little more information on what might be coming out of Washington, what they're hearing. But you talked about 4 billion gallons of capacity or production ability for renewable diesel. I know for a fact, the facility in Western North Dakota, that was a 20,000 barrel a day petroleum diesel facility. And when they retrofitted it so they could do renewable diesel, it took it down to about 12,000 barrels a day. Is this being done other places? Because it's pretty expensive. And that was a new plant. I mean, they bought that for pennies on the dollar, so it gave them the ability to do that. Is that happening in other places?
You mean that these plant conversions end up resulting in less production of renewable diesel than the corresponding production of petroleum diesel?
Well, that's part of it, but the reality is there's so much cost that goes into retrofitting and changing trackers and
Yeah. Well, I think what we've come to believe about this conversion of petroleum production to renewable diesel production is those most inefficient refineries, all of the refiners have them. And when you look at the outlook for particularly for gasoline demand going forward, it's declining. And so I think they're being faced with decisions about shuttering these facilities or trying to repurpose these facilities. And so when you think about what it would cost to mitigate a petroleum refinery in some of these locations, like I referred to the Phillips 66 plant. That plant is in Rodeo, California, which is basically San Francisco. To mitigate that plant, to clean it up and all that would be exponentially more than what it cost Phillips 66 to convert it to make renewable diesel. So I think that also goes into some of that decision making that the oil refiners are looking at. Can I repurpose and make a profit out of the capacity that I have there in the form of renewable diesel or SAF? or do I pay to just shutter that plant and close it down? So I think it helps them in both ways, right? It takes some capacity offline in conventional fuels and replaces it with renewable fuels.
We're going to keep things rolling along, and I'm pleased to welcome our next two presenters on this panel. Alicia Koch is the Director of Global Ethanol Export Development for U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council, formerly known earlier this summer as U.S. Grains Council. They've added the bioproducts name. And Dr. Scott Gerald, Chief Economist with the American Soybean Association. So we've got folks representing soybeans, corn, sorghum, and barley. So.
Yeah, thank you, Casey. So I'll moderate slightly, and then we'll maybe get to some questions with the group as well. And we'll start, Alicia, with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council. That's the first time I've ever said that.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be participating in this. And I know you guys just heard from Tad, so hopefully we don't overlap too much. We are industry partners, so we might have some of the same messaging. But as was mentioned, Alicia Koch, I'm with the U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council. We did just amend our name to include bioproducts, which is really exciting for me because I'm the director of the ethanol department, and we finally are included in the name of the council. So we're really happy about that. We actually celebrated our 65th anniversary this year as well. So a monumental year for the council. We do have a mission. If you want to forward to the next slide, our mission is to develop markets, to enable trade, and to improve lives. And we've been doing this, as I said, since 1960. And a lot of this work that we do is really based on relationships that we have around the world, and also with our partners here. We have a membership that includes farmers, agribusinesses, customers overseas, ethanol producers, and we specifically work to promote corn, sorghum, barley, and then co-products like DDGs and ethanol. So I'm especially excited about that since I lead the ethanol department from DC, and then we also coordinate with all of our international teams. We have 9 international offices, and all of them have an ethanol portfolio as well. If you want to go to the next slide. So we, as I said, have 9 international offices. We are selling, helping to facilitate sales of grains, co-products, and ethanol to buyers in over 75 countries. We have a full-time presence in 28 locations, and then we operate programs in more than 50 countries, plus the European Union. So we have a really broad global reach, and those staff and consultants we have on the ground are really critical to the work that we do because they are building relationships, they're providing boots on the ground so that we know what the situation is, what the environment looks like, and are able to better market opportunities for our producers here in the US. So that's really an important part of our global network and the relationships that we're creating that help sustain us through some maybe more volatile political situations that can arise. Next slide, please. And then this is obviously some of our membership. We really have a great partnership. We have a great network of members that we really depend on to help inform us on what their market needs are, and then how we can help facilitate around the world for them. So we have state checkoffs, we have a national checkoff with sorghum, we have grower associations and farm bureaus that are part of us, state departments of agriculture, agribusinesses, and then of course ethanol plants, which is one of our main partners in the ethanol department. Next slide. And then how do we run? We're actually a public-private partnership. So we run off of member funds, non-cash support through trade and services, and then USDA funds. And we really value those member funds because those provide matching dollars for the USDA funds that we get. We are considered an official USDA cooperator, and so we have leveraged this really successful private-public partnership for many years to help support the U.S. agricultural industry. And so we work very closely with USDA. We have taken advantage of several of their funding programs. So some of you might be familiar with like MAP, Market Access Program, Foreign Market Development Program, Agricultural Trade Program. And so they have been including some of these support mechanisms through the farm bills. And so we've been able to take advantage of that and really leverage those dollars with the support we're also getting from members. It's very important for us to also have those dollars come in. And then my last slide about the council, just to wrap things up, the way we approach market development is really through trade policy, trade servicing, and demand building. And this varies depending on the markets that we're in and what the needs are. When it comes to trade policy, we can't actually lobby. We are a nonprofit. We're a 501c3, so we aren't allowed to lobby, but we do really focus on trade policy here domestically by working closely with USDA and USTR. And then we also work with foreign governments to push forward those favorable policies that will allow U.S. imports. And ethanol does a lot of this. There's a lot of work to be done still on the policy front to ensure that we have market access. Trade servicing is an important part of what we do, educating potential and current customers about how the U.S. markets, and then just providing information to our global customers that's really important for them and critical for our U.S. producers. And so we do a lot of trade teams. We bring trade teams here to the U.S. to learn about how our marketing works, and then we also push foreign trade missions to go and visit some of these countries that we have a presence in. And then, of course, demand building. And that's really what the Grains Council was originally built on. And so those are the three main ways that we help promote U.S. agricultural products. And I'll leave it at that for now. But that, in a nutshell, is how the U.S. Grains Council and Bioproducts Council works.
Thanks, Alicia. Scott, would you like to introduce yourself and the American Soybean Association?
Yeah, happy to. I'll start with ASA. So the American Soybean Association was founded in 1920 to help get soybeans going in the country. So we've been around quite a while. We have 26 affiliates in 30 states, and so we are the national organization for them. We're headquartered in St. Louis, where I sit, with an office in DC as well. We do lobby. We are the policy side of soy growers, so we represent soybean farmers. So there's also the United Soybean Board, which is the checkoff side, who is a sister organization, and then the U.S. Soybean Export Council as well. So we have about 40 staff here in the United States. One of our affiliates is North Dakota soy growers. And so our current chairman is actually from North Dakota. I've had the pleasure of visiting them and spending Valentine's Day in a blizzard in Fargo since taking this job. And so personally, I am from Missouri. I was at FAPRI at the University of Missouri for a long time, did my PhD there as well. About 5 years ago, I came over to the ASA. They were creating an economics position. And so I came over to get that going. And so at the time, I thought I might do a little work on biofuels, but it probably wouldn't be a big part of the portfolio. And given the topic we're talking about today, you can see how that has gone. I spend the majority of my time, although with trade right now, that is changing to a certain degree. But it's been really exciting to watch this area take off and the industry really grow domestically.
Thanks, Scott. A question, I'll start with Alicia, and then Scott, you can answer after. Policies right now, what's catching your eye? What are you working on?
Yeah, I think I have a slide up here that might help. I have a few more slides that kind of support the conversation. So there's a blending policy map that should be next in line. But blending policies certainly impact our industry, both domestically and abroad, but looking globally, that's our focus, is looking at the export market. We see a lot of countries that have implemented an E10 policy already to boost agriculture. They're looking at growing their domestic industry. Some of them have a carbon focus, so they're looking to lower carbon emissions. And then in a lot of cases, they're looking for this economical fuel option for consumers as well. And so not everybody is meeting these E10 policies. You can see on the screen that there's a lot of people that have policies in place, or they have ambitions around policies. We also have an effective blend rate map that we show up sometimes, and you can see that not everybody's at that E10, but when they are implemented, very helpful for creating demand for ethanol. And then I would say, if you go to the next slide, North America and Europe are really leading the way with national policies that are helping to reinforce clean fuels regulations. So when you look at Canada, they have a clean fuel regulation across the board. That's an E5. And then each province also has specific regulations for their province. EU renewable energy directives, and they're on phase 3 of those right now. Renewable Fuel Standard in the US, which most of you are likely familiar with. Brazil has Renova Bio. And so these programs, you know, they are really focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but then a lot of them are also coupling with tax incentives, credit trading mechanisms to help incentivize participation in using biofuels to lower carbon emissions. I think I have one more slide up here just to talk a little bit about domestic policy, but it also has an impact on market movements and how we participate globally. So the Big Beautiful Bill, you know, this is not totally certified yet. This hasn't been validated, but these are the proposals within it, is that it would be extended to 2029. You know, it's going to reduce your fuel must reduce the CI by 50% over petroleum jet fuel. This is really to help incentivize producers to look at creating markets for SAF. They did have, I think you guys were talking about this in the last session, the credits have been reduced so that it was like $1.75 a gallon of a production credit, and that's been dropped to $1 per gallon after 2025. And then they have feedstock origin restrictions, but includes the US, Canada, and Mexico origin feedstocks. So those are some of the provisions within the clean fuel credit. It is still incentivizing producers, but I think it's a little less motivating than it was. And then 45Q, similar mechanism, can't be combined with 45Z. So you have to choose whether you want to use the CO2 carbon capture credit or whether you want to use the clean fuel credit. And then the ILUC policy was revised. And so that was really helpful for ethanol. That removed indirect land use change considerations from the life cycle CI accounting through the GREET model, which I heard Tad reference. And so that was really important for us because that remedied our ethanol score by about 10 grams of CO2 per megajoule. So a really beneficial change for the industry there. So we see some of these domestic policies that are also contributing to ethanol expansion. And then just one last thing I'll mention is that, yes, we do really promote the GREET model, but the CORSIA, the updated CORSIA revision just came out. So it adjusted the core LCA for US corn ethanol to jet, and it also updated the ILUC value that was previously used in that methodology. And so now US corn has a total of 72.4 grams of CO2 per megajoule, which is a huge reduction from the previous default of 91. And so that allows US corn ethanol to be a CORSIA eligible fuel, which is really important for market access around the world as more and more countries are relying on CORSIA as their methodology for validating SAF. And then they also allowed recognition of carbon capture and sequestration as an approved offset. So that could bring a score for an ethanol producer down to around 39 grams of CO2 per megajoule. Very, very competitive in the global market space.
Scott, policies.
Yeah, so I listened into the last session, and some of the stuff you're gonna hear from me is very similar to what Donnell said. We work closely with clean fuels, but I think to really kind of talk about the policies, I need to set the stage just a bit. So Donnell talked very well about the growth in renewable diesel, and really how that has changed the industry, and it has been a very positive change for soy, I'd say overall. We needed more soybean oil for renewable diesel. One thing that's a little bit different with the domestic biomass-based diesel industry versus ethanol is there's really a lot of different feedstocks used to produce biomass-based diesel. So soy is the one that's used the most, but I just checked the last set of numbers we had, and we're only about a third of the total feedstock. So it is a very diverse industry as far as the feedstocks. When these renewable diesel facilities started opening up, the expectation was that soy was one of the few things that could really scale up out of those feedstocks to meet that new demand. So we saw over 20 announcements for new or expanding crush facilities in the United States that would increase total capacity by over 30% if they were all built out. And so we saw the industry really start to go through that growth, the crush industry, to be able to provide more soybean oil. At the same time, some other things started happening that no one really fully saw coming. Um, Donnell mentioned California and their LCFS. So they give you a better credit if you have a lower CI score. And they tend to give soybeans a very high carbon intensity score. And a lot of that's due to the indirect land use change. So that makes up about a half of soy's carbon intensity score in California. So things like used cooking oil and tallow uh, get very, very much better scores, which gives a better credit. And so about this time, as we saw all these renewable diesel facilities being built oftentimes on the coast, they started importing a lot of those feedstocks. And this really hadn't been seen coming into the program. And California gave those the same carbon intensity score as domestics, even though a lot of the used cooking oil is coming from China. And there have been a lot of questions about how used it really is. There just really hasn't been a way to authenticate its validity. And so we saw all these feedstock imports start to come in and really decrease the value of the soybean oil. And so that's kind of the backdrop for some of the policy things we've been working on. Early 2025, we saw a lot of biomass-based diesel facilities start to shutter. We saw soybean oil use and biomass-based diesel plummet. And a lot of it had to do with changes in the blender's tax credit to the 45Z, but also just all these feedstock imports that had really encouraged essentially overproduction above the levels needed. So the big policy really is the Renewable Fuel Standard that sets our national volumes. As Donnell said, the EPA has proposed a very good number for us. It's a year late. They're supposed to have it finalized last November, and they still haven't finalized it. But if you look at the category of biofuels in there, the D4 that we operate in, it would increase our minimum blending levels by 67% going from 2025 to 2026. Now we're also in some other categories. It gets pretty complicated pretty quick, but that is just a very, very significant jump. We were asking for 5.25 billion gallons in 2026 as an industry. They gave us 5.61 billion. I don't know that they've ever given more than what's been asked for before. The other really important part of that RVO proposal for blending levels is that our biofuel imports would only get half the ring credit generation of a domestically produced biofuel. Also, even if it's a domestically produced biofuel, if it's produced from imported feedstock, it would also only generate half the ring credits. So really, EPA is recognizing all the imports and really didn't intend for the program to be just a import pool on a lot of these things, and so trying to change some of the incentive structure. Similarly, on the 45Z, Alicia and Donnell both hit on the fact that ILUC was removed, or indirect land use change. So this was kind of the first time we saw carbon intensity scores start to matter in a federal program, and soy was really disadvantaged. So I mentioned California. Now all of a sudden, it's not just California, but we're having essentially a double penalty. But that was removed in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And so now soy generates about the same carbon intensity scores as used cooking oil or tallow. So it's really put us more of a level playing field on that front. But the other big change there that Alicia mentioned was this ring fencing that only North American feedstocks are eligible. So it's only domestic biofuels and only North American feedstocks. Really trying to address some of these same issues about questionable feedstock imports. And so really we've seen the game kind of shift to some degree with 45Z and with the RFS proposal. They haven't finalized the rule, but going from soy kind of being the last feedstock in line, the residual, to more of a preferred. And then the other program I'll mention, well, I should mention SREs, that Donnell mentioned. I don't want to repeat everything he said, but that's a huge deal because the backlog of SREs would be equal to about half of the total RFS demand for biofuels in 1 year if EPA were to have granted all of them. So their plan would essentially render the biofuel industry harmless on how to deal with those. It is not finalized, but that's been very helpful. And then the last one is the low carbon fuel standard. We've been very active out there. And that's really been a major challenge for us. While we had some really big ones on the federal side, the same can't be said to this point on the California side. So as Donnell mentioned, most renewable diesel is going to California. The environmental justice community really didn't like crop-based feedstocks, and so there were calls whenever they're going through their amendment process last year to cap ag feedstocks, specifically soy, in the program. CARB staff didn't really want to do that. There's not really a precedent for that, so they gave us what they thought, I think, in their mind was a compromise, saying, okay, we'll just put traceability on, and that'll make ag happy, and that'll make the environmental justice community happy. It made no one happy, because the environmental justice community still wanted that cap. And all of a sudden, we have traceability requirements that we have no practical way to deal with it. And those did pass. And they start in 2026. So in 3 months or 4 months, we have to be able to provide shape files to California about where the soy was grown. Oh, by the way, we have no rules on how to do that. California hasn't figured this out yet. And that crop is being harvested and entering the supply chain right now. So we've been very active on trying to figure out systems that can work. These regulations get more onerous through time. There's step ups in a couple of years. It becomes more than just shape files. They eventually have to do this whole sustainability thing on the farm. Um, and so we're trying to figure out a plan that works. We're trying to work with CARB staff, even though we've very much been against this and they're still trying to find ways to overturn it. It is regulation right now. So either you try to propose something to CARB that you think can work, or someone else will, and that may not work. And so that compromise, even though our CARB considered it a compromise and it passed, they also ended up still putting on a cap. So beginning in 2026, by company, you can't have more than 20% of your feedstocks coming from the combination of soy, canola, and sunflower seed oil. Right now, we've estimated about 30% of feedstocks going in California are of those. And so automatically you have a 10% cut, but I think it's likely going to be worse because not every company is just using that 30% blend. Some of the ag companies, are more ag-based companies, are using probably closer to 100% of their feedstocks coming from those. Others are using zero. And so the ones that are using high level are going to have to find some way to blend that off. And so this is a really big deal. And the other thing that California has done is put on really large step downs in carbon intensity thresholds that are needed in the program. So if they don't update our indirect land use change numbers, in the early 2030s, soy can no longer generate credits in their program on average. It still may be the best fuel to use. But basically, we're trying to find ways to set up systems to comply in this market whenever we're being phased out, likely in the next 10 years. And so we've been putting a lot more resources on that front. Thankfully, the federal front is helping a lot. I think, it's going to help us find more demand in other states. Those do set the national blending levels. And so it's going to become much more expensive for CARB to implement the regulations. And there's been a lot of backlash in the state as well, just over the high program costs. But those are some of the policy things that we've really been working on.
A follow-up for you, Scott, with your relationship with growers, 45Z rules for on-farm practices. Where are you guys at? Are you hearing anything?
Yeah, we've been very supportive of that. And so we saw kind of in the initial draft guidance some values that were put on that. I don't know if anyone that actually was able to take advantage of those farm practices. Then USDA did a comment period trying to get more details about how this could work. It sounds like that is still alive. I mean, this administration, it's no secret, doesn't like the word climate and things. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these climate smart ag practices have to be renamed. But we don't really have details yet. If you look at some of the numbers that could be generated based off of off of a calculator USDA put out, it's if all the value went to a farmer for doing no-till and cover crops, it'd be about $10 to $15 an acre for soy. Ethanol could be upwards of 100 just because you have higher crop yields. And on the soy side, 20% ethanol, 80% meal, so only a fraction of your production would be going towards the biofuels. So we've generally been supportive. I mean, we do want to make sure that that whatever's done isn't changing crop rotations. I mean, we want to be kind of careful on that front, but we would like to see a way to get value to the farmer level for practices they're doing on their farms.
Next question, we'll open up here to the audience. Technical issues that you guys are dealing with, on the export side, are there technical concerns that you have? And then also on the soybean side, things that you're looking at, things that could be addressed by others, by industry. And Alicia, we'll start with you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would say on the technical side, there's been a lot of movements around sustainable aviation fuel and now sustainable marine fuel. And so I think those are really exciting for our industry. It provides this whole new market for us to tap into. Sustainable aviation fuel isn't quite as shiny as it used to be. Hasn't made the advances as quickly as I think everybody thought that it would. But the industry is still working hard at finding solutions, continuing to make those economic adjustments so that it is competitive. So you have, LanzaJet, Gevo, Honeywell, Axens. There's multiple companies that are working really hard to make sure that this technology can be scalable. Because we recognize that, they are using HEFA pathways for sustainable aviation fuel right now, but there's not going to be enough supply. There's about a 17 million ton demand annually by 2030. And so ethanol is a really important part of that equation. And then I guess when we look at marine fuel, this is maybe fairly new to the audience, but it's something that our members are very excited about. And so we're actively collaborating on research and policy efforts around this to make sure that we can get ethanol additional visibility and fair options when it comes to policy in the sector. So there, in that space, there's definitely some technical advances that need to be made as well. We think that we can kind of piggyback on top of the methanol research that's been done. Methanol and ethanol are very similar molecules, but we think that ethanol has an even better opportunity in the marine space. It has a higher energy density. It's more economical. The supply side advantages are there. And so we really are expecting this to take off and maybe even faster than sustainable aviation fuel has. And so working right now with some research that's being done with pilot trials on engines, testing out the viability, making sure that shipbuilders can get the guarantee on the engines that they need, and that we can ensure that the infrastructure is in place to support that too. So I would say those two emerging sectors are still really important and have some technical barriers that need a lot of work on. And then I guess I would also say for the ethanol industry in the US, carbon capture and sequestration is still something that is continuing to evolve with the industry. We're determining better ways to store, better ways to move, better ways to utilize carbon. But it is a domestic issue, but it really impacts our global markets because it impacts that CI score that ethanol has, and makes it more competitive when we're looking to get into markets, especially in the EU, where we do face a lot of these policy concerns. They have a crop cap where you can only use a certain amount of crop-based biofuels in your renewable fuel mix. They have an outright crop-based biofuel ban when it comes to sustainable aviation fuel. They have a de facto ban when it comes to marine fuel, where they actually rank it as more higher CI score than petroleum-based fuels. And so we have a lot of challenges in that space. And the more efforts that can be made toward reducing that overall CI score, whether it's through climate smart agriculture or CCUS, that really makes us more competitive in the marketplace globally as well. So those are some of the technical things that are continuing to be addressed within the ethanol field.
Scott?
Yeah, so I don't sit on the engineering technical side, but some of the things I think that are kind of interesting is looking at soybean hulls. Is there potential to use that in cellulosic production because that's a low value by or co-product of crushing. A few other things. So renewable diesel has a lot more co-product. It's a higher percent of what's produced than biodiesel. So you have propane and naphtha. And currently, if soy is used as a feedstock, there's not a pathway to generate a renewable identification numbers with EPA, which some of our feedstocks have. So looking at that, which comes down to filling out a petition, showing the CI scores. So that is something that could help as well. And then I would say, going back to this idea of farmer premiums, uh, everything we've largely been talking about, with the exception of the 45Z, is more demand building for soy growers, right? Is there a way to more directly incentivize farmers for some of these things? And this gets controversial even with farmers because it requires record keeping, it requires certain amount of traceability to their farm. But I think that's something that has opportunity, but there's a lot of things still to figure out with that. How do you set up the marketplace system for this? I mean, we have a supply chain that is not designed for this. So I think there's still a lot of work there to be done. And then kind of reiterate what some of the other speakers have said, just more carbon intensity score modeling work. We do support GREET. GREET is very good. But there are some things that there's still a lack of good science to know how some of these things should be scored. I mean, even in the GREET model, not because of anything the modelers there are doing wrong, but the literature sometimes is thin in places like looking at nitrous oxide emissions from decomposing soy plants in the field, for instance. The GREET score for that relies on a decades-old study based on greenhouses. So I think there's opportunity there to update some of the factors that can help the scores and then the profitability of the biofuels.
Great, thanks, Scott. Are there any questions from the group?
So I've got one online.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
and I'm gonna have Chandra typed in an extensive set of questions, so I'm gonna have her unmute. And she can ask the question, I think for Alicia mostly.
Hi, thank you. It's boils down to one question, but maybe it's Alicia and anybody. If we could look at Canada, I know you had mentioned some statistics there and a little bit about policy. So are we able to, are you prepared to share the factors that were really the muscle behind implementing a minimum regulation for biofuels there? And I say that because last I checked, Canada, they only produce about a fourth of what we do in petroleum when we talk about their market there, but they're still the fourth producer in the world, I think. And, was there a significant technological breakthrough resulting in significant economic gain? Was it a general educational effort for consumers? Beyond politics, how did Canada get that minimum regulation through?
That's a good question. I wish that I have a regional manager that focuses on Canada, and she would probably be able to
Sure.
answer that much more effectively than I can. But Canada recognized that, and this has been several years now, maybe almost a decade that they've had some sort of biofuels regulation in place. But they put in place the Canadian Clean Fuels Regulation with the acknowledgement that they could meet some of their carbon reduction goals through biodiesel and bioethanol use. They are awash with options for biodiesel. They they don't have as much domestic content for ethanol, so they are actually our largest export market. We export a lot of gallons to Canada every year to make up for their deficit. But they not only put in place that CFR, which is a 5% mandate across the country, but then the provinces have taken the initiative to say, no, we want to go further, and we see the value of ethanol in reducing our carbon emissions. So we're going to go to an E11, an E13, and E15. And they're well on their way to kind of leapfrogging over what their mandates actually are. So for example, in Ontario right now, they're at an E11, but we're hearing that they don't have to go up to an E15 for like another 5 or 6 years, but we're hearing that they might just do it next year because they see the value of that, and it's maybe an easier proposition from a distribution point of view to just go straight to E15. So they've also been really proactive about putting in practical incentives through their land use and biodiversity regulations. So they have this LUB criteria that certifies that you can get additional credits for being able to verify, that your CI score or how your fuel is produced. And so our US producers are able to take advantage of that. And so they've been able to enter the market through and get additional credit through this LUB criteria. Basically certifying, there's not indirect land use change happening, et cetera. And so Canada's, and they did it in a way that was actually manageable. Initially, they had rolled out this policy where farmers would have to provide like thousands of data points and GPS points from their farm, and quickly realized that was not practical. And so they revised it and they made it so that you only have to provide one GPS point for your farm, from what I understand. And so they're putting programs in place that are practical and that allow people to participate in the market. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that mandate has weathered the storm of a couple of administrations. And we do see that Canada is not opposed to biofuels in any way. They really want to continue using it to help meet their carbon goals.
Todd, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't to that.
Questions from the group? Because you guys are thinking of those, a couple of definitions. We use the term shape files a lot. So shape file is an electronic file that describes a plot of land. It's a remnant of old software programming, but that's the term that's going to tie the field electronically to a delivery of grain, and then ultimately through the supply chain. And then also too, Alicia, as you're talking about SAF, U.S. Grains and Byproducts Council, you guys are interested primarily in alcohol to jet, just by the nature of.
Correct. Yes, when we refer to SAF, it's pretty much strictly for alcohol to jet. That's where we're supporting our producers and our members.
So these are some of my favorite questions. Common misconceptions about the industry. And I'm interested in both. Alicia, I'm kind of more interested in yours. Like internationally, as you bump into these different groups, are there certain myths, beliefs that they have being even more removed from U.S. agriculture and biofuel production?
Yeah, unbelievably, there is still quite a battle around food versus fuel, which, we like to refer to as food and fuel within the industry. A lot of this rhetoric is still coming from the EU. It really is more of an ideological debate. They're just really holding on to food versus fuel and stating that, any sort of biofuel use is going to contribute to food insecurity. And we have a wealth of research. It demonstrates the ability of ethanol to provide feed, fiber, fat, fuel without impacting food security. And so I think there's a lack of education still around all the technology advancements that have been made, particularly with US production, seeds, hybrids, implements, inputs, precision planting, all these efficiencies that have been built into the farm system that are continuing to improve. In addition to efficiencies at the plant level that are continuing to improve. And so I think, one, there's a lot of education and advocacy we can still do around that. And then two, of course, we want to be sensitive to context as well, right? It's when we're talking about production in the US, it's not going to be the same as when we're talking about production in Uganda, for example, as they try to expand into their biofuel industry. And so being sensitive to that also, but demonstrating that there is a way to produce ethanol without impacting food security. And so that's unfortunately still a battle that we face.
Scott, from your perspective, what myths do you hit?
Yeah, I think there are several. I think sometimes there's a myth to a certain degree that a rising tide lifts all boats in the space. But I talked about there's a lot of feedstocks and different policies can affect those feedstocks differently and move that order of preference around, which can have a really large effect on soybean oil versus other things. Alicia, you completely agree on food versus fuel that, we've gone through that as well and spent a lot of time on that issue. And it had settled down. It started settling down for us. I think it's kind of ramping back up again, unfortunately. Um, and so, really trying to show that, we produce more meal with more soybean oil. It's a very low percentage of cost in our food system. Actually, biodiesel was really invested a lot in by the checkoff because we were losing a lot of demand on the food side for soybean oil. And then the other one that we face quite a bit is indirect land use change. It's that's one we could talk about a long time. But I've referred to it several times, but I probably should have defined it from the beginning. So the idea is that if we have more biofuels demand here in the United States, that pulls in more of our soybeans for domestic use, which raises the price, which encourages other countries to produce more. And in the soybean case, that's largely Brazil, largely assumed through things like deforestation of the Amazon, or maybe increases palm oil production, which is very unsustainable as well. And so, like in California, they haven't updated their modeling in that over 10 years. They say they're going to now, their data is 20 years old on this. There's different models that give very different scores. And so frankly, that landscape is a mess and it's kind of couched in science, but actually tends to be very political. You can kind of look at the agenda of any particular group and probably know which model they would prefer or not prefer to use, just because of the politics of the situation.
What's the old economist joke of what do you want the answer to be, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We have a question from the audience.
Alicia, so it's been talked about in the past that there's probably 3 to 4% of the corn in the United States that's used for seed and food grade or food corn. Do you guys have a solid number on that? Because that would be good to get out. That would really push back in a lot of the food versus fuel.
I am sure somebody in another department at US Grains and Bioproducts Council has a solid number on that. I do not, but I'm going to write that down to check on, because yeah, you're right, that would contribute to the conversation.
Scott, you mentioned a rising tide lifts all ships, so that's a perfect segue to my question. How can corn and soybeans get on the same page on year-round E15, especially as it relates to the RINs issue?
So, I'd say we largely are on the same page. So we have policy resolutions that are passed by our farmers. And so we have one that specifically says, ASA supports year-round E15 as long as it's not at the expense of soybean oil demand. And so no, in general, if there's clean E15 year-round, we do support that and are supportive of that. There are some, I think what you're referring to on the RIN issue is there's backfill of biomass-based diesel in the conventional category, which I know we're getting a little bit into the policy wonk areas of RFS. That's something that we've asked EPA to put us more in our traditional category, so that's less of an issue. But no, we even then we would still support year-round E15 even with that.
Great.
We have with us Dr. Chris Ryan. Chris, I gotta grab my notes to make sure I get your title correct. But he is the President and Chief Operating Officer of GEVO. And so with that, Chris, I'll turn it over to you to tell us all about GEVO and your take on our questions. And then we'll open it up for questions.
That sounds good. Thanks for the opportunity to come and address the group here today. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I had a commitment in I officed in Denver. So I was out in Richardson the last few days though. So just coming back from North Dakota last night. So what I want to do is just kind of go through and present some slides that give people an overview of GEVO, just in case you haven't, you're not aware of what we do. And then a little bit on kind of our future and where we think biofuels are going and our plan to participate in that. And then I'm always happy to address questions, even during the presentation. You can go ahead and stop me, no problem. So, and then in the course of going through a few of these slides, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. So if you just go to the next, it's actually slide 3, the slide is we're a public company, so I have to put that up there. So GEVO's, we have operations at a few different states. The one we're most excited about is in Richardson, North Dakota. We just bought that plant and took it over early this year. And I like to tell people that I truly think North Dakota is a great place to do business. We're excited to look at that site in North Dakota as kind of, we call it our North Star, where we want to do a lot of new things there, including SAF production. But just to give you a sense of who GEVO is, we do have, so we're headquartered in Denver. The company started out of Caltech and was in Pasadena, California, 2005 to 7, and then moved to Denver. And I joined GEVO in 2009. So it's been a long journey. And before that, I was at Cargill, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So we're headquartered in Denver. We do own a small ethanol plant in Laverne, Minnesota. We're in the process of selling the ethanol assets. We're keeping the isobutanol assets at that plant. Isobutanol is a product we developed using biotechnology and yeast genetic engineering, where we took ethanol yeast, knocked out the ethanol pathway, installed the isobutanol pathway. And that was a very big effort for us, invested a lot of money doing that. And it's something that we had done at Cargill, not for isobutanol, but for other products. And so we have a background in biotech as well as, commercial operations. We have a demo facility in Silsbee, Texas. We started this up in 2011 to convert isobutanol to jet fuel and isooctane. And we started serving the U.S. Air Force in 2011. That's why we started that operation up. That's actually located at another, it used to be a small refinery. Another company runs that for us. So we ran that for 5 years in order to get ASTM certification for our SAF. And SAF is, our vision for the future. So that was key. We were the first ones to get an alcohol to jet certification for ASTM, and it applied to anybody else doing alcohol to jet. We still run that facility now and then. It's focused on making isooctane, which is a key ingredient in gasoline. It's the high value ingredient in gasoline. It's also, we've sold it into Formula One racing, where they formulate it into their racing fuels. It's a really nice molecule, and we're really excited about it. But when we talk to people about making low carbon gasoline, they're not that excited. And the reason is because they really want the world to go to EVs, and they really don't want to get distracted from that. And so that's fine. We focus on making sustainable aviation fuel. We do have a design for a large SAF plant. We call it large. It's 100 million gallon ethanol plant, followed by a 60 million gallon SAF plant in Lake Preston, South Dakota. We designed that. We started before COVID hit. And as a result of all the costs going up after COVID and, construction labor being a bit short, so the costs just kind of went through the roof. Our capital cost for that project went up by 2 to 3x in a few years. As a result of that, the project returns look okay, but we got to have carbon capture sequestration to help drive down the carbon score, the CI score, which increases the revenue for the project, and that makes the project returns work. And for that site in Lake Preston, South Dakota, we signed up with Summit Carbon Solutions for the pipeline. And I suspect you're all aware of where that carbon pipeline stands. Summit is still working on it, but it's been a tough go. So we're excited about the Lake Preston site. We own that land. There's it's great when we pick sites. So my background is Cargill. So this is going to be typical of the way Cargill would view the world is number one is you look for abundant, low cost corn. All right. And in our case, we look for abundant, low cost and low carbon corn. But with agricultural technology and farming practices, a lot of it is getting lower and lower carbon negative, in fact. Um, and so that Lake Preston site, it's a great site. But what we did is while the pipeline is working on getting implemented, we turned our attention to buying an ethanol plant, ended up buying the ethanol plant, Red Trail Energy in Richardson, North Dakota, that I'll talk about in a minute. We also have a dairy manure RNG business in Northwest Iowa. This has been running for over 3 years now. We've got 3 large dairy farms where we've installed digesters. We convert the manure to RNG. Well, actually, we convert the manure to biogas, and then we put the biogas into a pipeline, and all 3 farms feed the biogas to a centralized gas upgrading system where we upgrade the gas to RNG and we inject it into the natural gas pipeline. We book all of our commercial sales through BP for offtake in California. So it's a book and claim. That's the way dairy manure RNG works typically, is a book and claim kind of a sale. So that's a great operation that's going on. We also have this business we call Verity, and what it is, it's a capability to track any attribute you care about. Carbon score would be one, all the way from the farm field through our process to manufacture a product like jet fuel or ethanol, all the way through to the end product. So if you're marketing a product to the airlines, you have to go in there with the data that says, yes, we're making jet fuel from corn. It's corn starch specifically. And yes, it is a step in the right direction to lower carbon footprint and improve sustainability. And here's all the data we have to prove it. So that's one of the things that you had asked about questions like barriers. It's virtually most people don't understand agriculture. And you can have policymakers. In fact, this is pretty common. Policymakers for government or policymakers for companies or NGOs that they decide to write a policy around how they feel about farming. And it's not good. And it's not well informed. And it really presents a hurdle. It can be a significant hurdle to really getting into the market. And so one of the messages I would send today, marketing really matters. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. So that's our Verity business. We have a lot of software engineers, and we have an app that sits on a farmer's phone where they can see field by field what their corn carbon score is. And anyway, we're very excited about that capability. And then the last 7 and 8 on this slide it refers to the Richardson Red Trail Energy plant that we bought. So if you go to the next slide, this is simply basically, I've already covered all this. You could distill down, people listen to that last slide and they say, okay, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, there is, but it boils down to 4 things, and it's fuels, it's RNG, it's chemicals, and Verity. I didn't talk about chemicals because, but I will when I talk about my background at Cargill. Chemicals, bio-based chemicals they don't have the advantage that fuels have in terms of getting paid for their low carbon or, having a renewable fuel standard or having a low carbon fuel standard. It doesn't have those benefits. So it's a little bit hard to make those projects work financially. Go to the next slide. And I can talk a little bit about the bio-based chemicals and my experience. I spent 17 years at Cargill started in 1992, and we developed this bio-based plastic called polylactic acid. And the business we named NatureWorks. It was for a number of years a joint venture between Cargill and Dow Chemical. But when we found Dow Chemical as a partner, we'd already developed the technology and the process and everything. Um, and so we ended up building plants. We built a lactic acid fermentation plant, the largest one in the world at this site, and then a lactic acid to lactide plant. So if, for those of you that aren't aware of what lactide is, if you take two lactic acids and hook them together, that's lactide. And then we built a plant that converts the lactide to polylactide or polylactic acid. And that is a high molecular weight polymer. And we did it at this campus of Cargill's. It's a corn wet mill in Blair, Nebraska. And the reason we like to show this slide is this is a biorefinery. This is a true biorefinery. And what was interesting about this is that there were several joint ventures that coexisted on that site, all basically feeding off of the corn sugar that came out of that corn wet mill, and they built businesses around that. And it's a great business model. I would say that partnering, the thing I took away from this experience, and there are a lot of takeaways, partnering is absolutely critical. Partnering with farmers, partnering with customers, partnering with, your neighbors, because these things, they're not easy. Cargill ended up spending, in the 17 years I was there, I think it was about $1 billion, because it's a new market. So we had to basically create a new market on this polylactic acid, because the fact is, the world is full of really good plastics. So when you say, hey, I have a new plastic, it's you're going into a crowded world, and people really need to see what the advantage is. And in our case, it was when I started with Cargill in 92, we had a lot of people like Kimberly Clark and Procter and Gamble. They said, hey, we're running out of landfill space. We would like things to be biodegradable. Well, as a matter of fact, polylactic acid is biodegradable. It has to be put into an active compost facility. But sure, we'll develop a product for you that you can construct diapers out of. So I did a lot of the product work, non-wovens and stuff like that. And then somewhere along the way, maybe it was the late 90s, somebody said, I think the landfill thing we're okay there. We want something that's more sustainable. It's about sustainability. And we're like, oh, we got you there, because we can show through life cycle analysis that our product is more sustainable. And, you fast forward to today, I started at Gevo in 2009. It wasn't anything about carbon then, not at that time. And fundamentally, we make bio-based products because agricultural feedstocks make a whole lot of sense. And you got a great, the farmers and the agricultural technology that at the end of my slides, I'll say what's the most exciting technology developments. It's agriculture. You look at the yield improvements and the efficiency improvements, and now they're carbon negative, the way they grow corn. That Richardson ethanol plant that we bought, Red Trail Energy, they built that. There was no corn grown out there. And it's like, so when I met the board of Red Trail, who some of them were the original investors in that plant, so I commend you for having the bravery of building the plant and you didn't have the corn. Now, a number of these were farmers where they knew that, yeah, okay, we'll switch from wheat to corn. But point is agricultural technology is what enables this industry. Anyway, so now I go to the next slide. It's just, this slide is more on NatureWorks, but there's three of us. Pat Gruber's our CEO, that's my boss. Ron Borchardt is head of our engineering and construction. So the three of us have worked together since 1992 on first NatureWorks, and now we're at Gevo. So go to the next slide. And then I've already talked about our RNG business. If anybody wants any of these slides, they're out in the public, no problem. Go to the next slide. So this is if you haven't been to the Red Trail Energy ethanol plant, which we now call Gevo, North Dakota. By the way, when we bought this plant, we called it Net Zero North. And the reason is because we're developing the SAF project in Lake Preston, South Dakota. But we called that Net Zero One. And the reason we called it that is that we had designed it to be zero carbon footprint. And I can talk about that if you want later. And it was really our first commercial development. And so we call it Net Zero One. And then when we bought Red Trail, we said, let's call this Net Zero North. And then the administration changed, from Biden to Trump. And carbon, that's not such a popular topic these days with a lot of people. And we said, look, a lot of what we do, the words we use, climate smart ag or net zero fuels, it's marketing, okay? It doesn't mean that we're evangelists for any particular, position. And so anyway, we now call this Gevo, North Dakota. The point of that is marketing means a lot. And I'll give you an example. Pat Gruber. So we do a lot of work in Washington, D.C., a lot for us. We're a small company. We have maybe 150 people. And when he goes to Washington, D.C., and we have a team that goes there, so it's not just him. We started going there, and you get a lot of people that are just anti-corn. They're anti-farming. Farming's bad for the environment. And the message he delivered is, well, we're not going to use that corn. We're going to use sustainable corn. And the reaction was like, a sustainable corn? Like, what's that? Oh, well, that's where farmers are growing it using strip till or no till. They're using manure instead of some of the synthetic fertilizer. It's great. We can prove that it has very low carbon footprint or negative carbon footprint. And we have the data for that. That just really enlightened people. They had no idea. So then we started inviting people to Laverne, Minnesota, where we have an ethanol plant there. It's not running right now. We're in the process of selling that, like I mentioned. We also have a partner there, Sean Fikema. His family farms nearby our plant. Really good family. And Sean agreed to be an ambassador for us, for agriculture. So we would host, and we still do, our potential customers and their corporate clients. So think of all the big corporations that we brought there. We'd show them, here's an ethanol plant. Now we're going to take you out to a farm, and Sean Fikema is going to teach you about growing corn. And they would spend the day and walk away with a completely different view of corn. We had one person say, well, I'm going to go back to my company now, and I'm either going to get us to change our policy or I'm going to get fired, one of the two. And it's like, that's great. So again, words matter. So when we say climate smart ag, which I know is not a popular thing to say in some circles, it's a marketing thing, okay? And it helps people who are naysayers about farming get their head around the fact that no, that the practices really are not what you think. So anyway, this is a great site. The thing we like about this ethanol plant is we do carbon sequestration there. Again, the Red Trail folks, hats off to them because they had the foresight to go drill a carbon sequestration well before anybody in the biofuels regulatory area even was accepting that as a way to reduce carbon score. So it's great. I mean, we're happy to own that site, and the team out there is just an A team. They run that plant extremely well. And so the reason when I was the one that went up to Bismarck to sit down with Gerald Bachmeyer to talk about buying that plant, and we started comparing notes. And I said, look, an ethanol plant is a community asset. It's not, yes, we want to own that, but the farmers are delivering their corn there, the people work there. This is a community asset. So you don't do anything there, until you make sure that everybody's comfortable with where you're going. For example, building a jet fuel plant. And Gevo is totally focused on growth. We're not focused on like, let's buy some ethanol plants and just sit back. It's all around taking that ethanol to the next step, which, we have technologies that we can go to renewable diesel or gasoline, but SAF is the thing that the market really is asking for. And carbon sequestration gives us the opportunity to sell carbon credits, carbon removal credits, which is an emerging market. It's kind of interesting, and it's one that we're really putting a lot of effort into. Um, so if we go to the next slide, that's just a picture of the carbon sequestration well. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So what we like to say to people, because keep in mind that the average person does not understand this. They hear that, well, a third of the U.S. corn goes to ethanol, or whatever the number is. Yeah, well, what they don't hear is that, well, it's the corn starch that goes to ethanol. All the protein still goes to the livestock industry. In fact, the protein ends up as a high protein animal feed you can ship around, you can ship overseas. So that's a value added product. We also have carbon dioxide. Now, this is something that is new to people that don't know. And the way we look at it is because some people look at carbon sequestration, that's not really the right thing to do with CO2. Well, like we don't care. It's a co-product we make. We'll gladly sell it to anybody. And it doesn't matter to us where it goes, within reason, right? And so what's cool about North Dakota is you have the EOR opportunity for the oil wells. Well, great. If we can get it set up so CO2 can go to EOR, great. And that's something that I think sooner or later that'll happen. I mean, North Dakota's already using a lot of CO2 for EOR. But in terms of connecting like an ethanol plant with a pipeline that gets CO2 there, we're all for it. But just keep in mind, it's a revenue stream that frankly, what it does, it helps you reduce your net cost of your final product. So if your final product is SAF, you're buying corn, you're selling animal feed, you're selling CO2, and your net cost of your SAF is what's left over, which in our case, our process is designed to deliver, it's $3 to $4 a gallon for a cash operating cost for that SAF, which allows us to sell the SAF to the airline for the same price they pay Jet A. And then we get we call them environmental benefits and carbon credits and things like that, the rest of the revenue from that. So you go to the next slide. So why jet fuel? Jet fuel demand is increasing. I think most people know this. U.S. gasoline demand is decreasing. And so if you're an ethanol producer, it's pretty obvious where the opportunity lies. Yes, E15 would be great, but that's like a temporary help. Long term, you really need a new use. And in fact, as probably you all know, agriculture and corn needs a new use. And so, jet fuel, as you know, airplanes aren't going to get electrified anytime soon, not the big ones. Nor are you going to do hydrogen on those. And so anyway, SAF makes a lot of sense. Well, the next slide. So if you look at the USDA reports a few weeks back, they updated the projected harvest. And what was interesting is somewhere in one of the releases, they said they were going to have 1 billion bushels of corn that need new uses. Okay, well, that's good. Kind of late for that, though. We need to build these new uses over years, which we're working on. But the point is that, like I was down in Houston last week talking to members of the House of Representatives and CEOs from energy companies. And when you say an energy company, to most people, they think oil company, which, yes, in fact, a lot of them were oil company representatives. What they don't understand is that this is, okay, now harvest might not be quite as good as what the USDA was projecting, But the point is that this is new feedstock that didn't exist in the world a year ago. It was CO2 in the air. And just the gains in yields and the amount of bushels you're going to get out of harvest, that alone will help serve the increasing jet fuel demand. So it's a great opportunity. Go to the next slide. And the point of this is that, so this is corn yields over time, slide from Poet. Thank you, Poet. We like this slide. So the point is that, so this increase in yield is not, as you know, it's not a 1 year thing. It is an ongoing trend. And like nobody knows where it's going to stop or if it's going to stop. So that's great. So we need new uses. Go to the next slide. The uses for corn are just not keeping up with the yield improvements. So you go to the next slide. So economics. So the oil companies love to pride themselves on the fact that, hey, look, we're low cost fuels and you're not. And it's like, well, depends upon what your business system is really. And because what I'm going to tell you is we can sell our SAF price competitive with petroleum jet fuel. We just have to maximize the value of our co-products. But if you look at the cost over time of crude oil versus corn, you see that as crude oil has gone up over time, corn not so much, which, if you're a farmer, your family farms, you're talking to a farmer, they can tell you that without needing to see a graph like this, right? So it's a cost-effective feedstock, and it's great for making products. Go to the next slide. So when we convert ethanol to jet fuel, and one of the messages, you had a question around technology advances, and I'm going to say again, agriculture, biotechnology. But what about all the conversion operations? So I have a PhD in chemistry, so I'm very comfortable with petrochemical processes. There's a lot of them out there, and they're really good and very efficient at converting something like ethanol or a lot of different molecules into finished products. Yeah, it's really hard to say you're going to go develop some new technology that somebody's not already running or hasn't already been developed. To me, in the conversion side of things, you don't need new technologies. In this case, this process for ethanol to jet is offered for license by a company called Axens. They serve the petrochemical industry. They've been doing this for many, many years, very credible company. And what they did, we went and talked to them, and basically they took unit operations that are already running at commercial scale, and they just rearranged them and connected them together in a way they hadn't done before. And in this case, it's really a 4-step process that's showing up here. And this is, when you take ethanol to ethylene, people know how to do that. There's various technologies you can go license. This is not rocket science. And now once you make ethylene, the world already knows, the petrochemical industry already knows how to take that ethylene and make a whole bunch of things. So that's the good news. You don't need new technology to convert your bio-based product into something that the world already knows, as long as your bio-based product it's a relatively clean, simple molecule. So that's the story. It's a very high yield process. Anybody doing project finance, the investors love this because it's proven, it's offered by Axens. They give you a guarantee around the performance and whatnot. So go to the next slide. So I mentioned this before, but I really want to drive home the point, and that it's around the cost. And so we get asked, okay, especially when we're talking about, just to mix in a little bit of the policy discussion, we go and talk to people about tax credits. And the recent one, the 45Z is great. And we get asked, okay, so like how long do we have to give you the 45Z? And we said, look, any business system that thinks they need a tax credit like forever is a really bad business system to invest in. Okay. So what we need is we need help building plants. Because fundamentally, we have low cost. And the reason we have low cost for our process is that we use cornstarch. So corn's a great feedstock because it's readily available in huge quantities. It's very easy to move around. People know how to do that day in and day out, which is, a lot of people take that for granted, but that's a big deal. It has a scale that is meaningful for the aviation industry. If you're talking about making a couple billion gallons or 4 billion gallons of SAF, you can talk about that from corn. There are not many feedstocks that can give you that. But fundamentally, it's a low cost feedstock. So corn starch, you sell the protein, you sell the CO2. And what this graph is, it's jet fuel price as a function of crude oil. So petroleum jet fuel price, and that's the blue dots price versus crude oil. We overlaid on that the cash cost to manufacture our SAF, which is $3 to $4. And the reason it's 3 to 4 just depends upon what corn prices are at the time. And our message is, look, we're in the ballpark of cost competitive. It's close enough. And everybody agrees, yeah, okay, you don't need to sell for $2 a gallon, even though jet fuel these days a lot of times does sell for $2 a gallon. You're in the ballpark. Now you compare that to power to liquids. If you're taking CO2, hydrogen, you're making SAF. That is not, even if you reach the theoretical limits of that, it is not cost effective. We talked to people, companies in Europe that were investing in this, and we said, hey, why don't you invest in ethanol to jet? Now, we're going to invest in power to liquids, and the reason is because the European policy incentivizes people to go do that. All right, well, if the government is going to give you money to do that, and they're going to give you that money forever, okay, but I wouldn't invest in that business. You look at something like the oils, so converting vegetable oil or used cooking oil or whatever to renewable diesel or SAF. Again, I came from Cargill, and I'll tell you right now, I'm biased. I've been doing this for 35 years, so you're going to hear some of my biases. But when somebody first said they're going to convert oil to renewable diesel and SAF, it's just like, but okay, that's an expensive feedstock. Like you fundamentally can't compete on it. Like when the economy goes down or you have to compete with your competitors, you're overbuilt, like arguably they are now. And you have to drive right down to your variable cost in order to compete, or your variable cost is very high. So you're going to be in a tough spot. And this is where we get some industries that they live on a tax credit. And that's why. So anyway, that's the story about costs. We're cost competitive. You can go to the next slide. And this is just another slide, and it's busy. But the message here is I'm showing cash cost, which is the gray bars. So if you look at on the left side of this bar graph, you have oil-based jet fuel. Okay, then you go to, we'll call it Net Zero 1 ATJ. That's the Lake Preston project, but it's going to be the same cost over in Richardson. So you got the gray bar is the production cash cost. And then this lime green bar is the capital recovery. Okay. Now you look at, okay, you stack the two together, $8 a gallon. All right. But when you look at the revenue stack for the project, airline pays you, call it $3 a gallon, whatever it is, equivalent to petroleum jet. Then you've got, in the renewable fuel standard, you have a RIN value, and that's, projected out, it's $1.50 to $2 a gallon. Then you've got, if you're serving a low carbon fuel market, that can be $1.50 a gallon. If you're serving your SAF into a state that offers the SAF tax credit, that can be another $1.50 a gallon. Now you can go sell, you can't stack these, but you can sell carbon credits. And you've got carbon removal credits if you're sequestering CO2, and you got carbon reduction credits. And that's where we've got a team working on that, and they're making a lot of progress and really understanding what the value of those is, who's willing to buy them, who's willing to do a long-term offtake on them. But those are all the co-products, and you of course you're still selling your animal feed, but those are the co-products that give you a revenue stack that exceeds the $8 a gallon shown here. Now, when we talk about tax credits, the message is, look, once the plants get paid for, that's a whole different game then, and how you can compete. If you look at how the oil industry grew, they got a tremendous amount of investments during World War II in order to expand their plants and make them more efficient and whatnot. That made a lot of sense. And once they got paid for, which was many, many years ago, they can provide fuels very cheaply. The thing is those oil refineries, 60% of the oil that U.S. refineries process is U.S. oil. The rest comes from outside the U.S. because they've modified their oil refineries to use heavy crude. And then the shale boom occurred, and we don't have heavy crude. So 60% is domestic. A biofuel plant, I'm pretty sure that's 100% domestic feedstock. And the feedstock that we buy, that's farmers and the community that lives around that plant, and it's the local rural economy that's going to benefit. So now, when we look at the cost to make our fuel, there's something around the carbon abatement cost. So if you're a company that wants to build a big data center, you're a big tech company, you have a lot of money, okay? And you really don't want people harassing you because of your carbon footprint. So you're interested in buying some carbon credits in some fashion, okay? And your people that work for you fly around the world. Okay, well, how would you like to buy some SAF? And then you can buy the carbon credits. And for us to make these projects work, our carbon credits, before you add in the Renewable Fuels Standard or any tax credits or anything, they'd be almost $500 a ton for the carbon credit. You could say, well, that's a lot of money. Well, actually, it's a lot better than the competing processes. If you go to the next slide, what this shows is at the top graph, it's the carbon abatement cost per ton of CO2 required to make these projects work. And then the bottom graph is the net carbon abatement cost. So net of federal and state incentives, like the Renewable Fuel Standard and the Low Carbon Fuel Standard. So there is no carbon abatement cost once we add those things in. So again, if you're marketing to that kind of a company, you want to talk carbon abatement. They don't talk gallons of fuel. So anyway, that's an important part of our message. So you go to the next slide. This is just reinforcing the fact that our Verity business is all around tracking every part of the supply chain all the way through to the end, so that when we sit down with a potential customer, or it can be like one of our customers is Delta Airlines. We do have 350 million gallons of offtake agreements with airlines that I can talk a little bit about, but you sit down with their corporate clients and you say, look, I can prove what my carbon score is. And this is how I'm going to do it. That's important to them. You go to the next slide, which this is my last slide. And what I did was I looked at kind of the questions and tried to make sure I jotted something down to make sure I mentioned it today. And I think I've talked about most of these things. I will bring up indirect land use charge. So this, if you're not familiar with it, it's a big hurdle for those of us in the biofuels industry. It's based on really poor science. It was based on a model that wasn't based in reality. And it's something that when you're sitting in an international committee or a group of people, they think this indirect land use charge is a big deal. And they're not necessarily big fans of U.S. agriculture either. So it's not clear to us all the time whether they truly believe in the indirect land use charge or whether they want to have some hurdle to keep US Ag out because US Ag is, I would argue the best in the world. But this indirect land use charge is something that it's a way to penalize people like making things from corn, and it's got to get fixed. Now, in the 45Z tax credit, they they went to the other extreme. They stripped out ILUC, which, okay, that's good. They could have left a little bit in just to make some people happy. But anyway, it's better to strip it out than to add something in there that doesn't make sense. So that's a big policy barrier for us. Even, like the US EPA, it was only a few years ago when they came out and said, yeah, we're not sure that corn ethanol is lower carbon than gasoline. Okay, when you got your own US government coming out with something like that, that only hurts US Ag, there's no benefit to taking that position. That's a problem. And so, we feel pretty strongly about that. Yeah, technology. So you look at over my career, there's been so many companies that have come and gone. So look at cellulosic ethanol, for example. There's some really smart people, great companies, invested a lot of money building plants. And we're talking, hundreds of millions of dollars per site. And at the end of the day, they couldn't get those processes to work. And it should tell you, I know it tells me, okay, these things are not easy. And you got to learn, okay, what happened? And so if anybody's going to tackle it again, you got to do it with the benefit of those that went before us and invested lots of money, and couldn't make it work. But when we talk to somebody that's going to do a cellulosic feedstock, the first thing we do is we educate them on corn, because we say, corn, we have a lot of corn we can prove is carbon negative. And you know what? Your cellulosic feedstock, by definition, is carbon zero. So, and it can't be negative because all the carbon gets assigned to the intended product, like out of the corn plant, all the carbon gets assigned to the corn kernel. And once this sinks in with people, they say, okay, why am I working on cellulosic? I have no idea. Now, I was involved in a development over in Malaysia. This goes back 10 years ago. Over in Malaysia, they don't have corn, they don't have grains. They have a lot of fast growing trees. And they have a government that is very motivated to really stimulate their ag economy. Because right now they'll sell their trees, they'll chop them up and ship them to places like Europe where they get burned for energy. And when I said, what's wrong with that business model? I said, well, that could stop tomorrow, in which case, we're screwed. We want people putting steel in the ground here to use those trees that we grow. Used to be that IKEA was there, so they had all these managed forests. And so I said, great, take me out to your feedstock and let's see. So we went out to their forests, and yeah, great. Now, how are you going to get the trees from here over? It was a number of miles over to the site where they wanted us to build a plant. Well, the government was going to step up and invest money to make that supply chain happen. Makes a lot of sense for private-public partnership. So those are examples where, cellulosics can make sense. Other feedstocks can make sense. In the U.S., we have a lot of cheap corn. So, and then the last thing, I've said this already, but I'll say it again, marketing. So the one thing about when I go talk to ethanol producers, the ethanol goes into a rail car and their ethanol marketer, they call it a marketer, but it's a company that does a transaction. They're really good at logistics, and the ethanol's gone, right? There's really no marketing that goes. You're not trying to create a new demand, but you have to do that when you're going to go make something other than ethanol for a lot of things because they're not mandated. So anyway, that was all I had to say, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We've got time for a couple of questions if folks have them. Yes, John.
Great presentation, very informative, valuable. So you mentioned for it to make sense economically, it also relies on the co-products from the process. And you mentioned, you've got the byproducts the co-products that you can just use for feed for animals. It seems to me like if this technology gets ramped up and adopted at the airlines, that you're going to ramp this up and you're going to have a lot of these co-products. And how are you placing revenue? Like, what are you using as a price to put revenue on that feed part of it?
Yeah, so the great thing about corn is corn already goes into livestock feed. So
True.
when you take it and convert it into a biofuel, then you have the protein still serving the same market. So net, so yes, you've moved a farmer from corn to DDGs, for example, which I know it's not that simple, but at a high level, you haven't really created you don't need a new market. You're just going to serve that one. So I'll throw that point out there, which, and one thing I would strongly encourage people, because you see it happen, especially the environmentalists, what they do is they take your story and they say, okay, so if you're making 50 billion gallons a year, my God, just think what's going to happen. It's like, okay, you know what? We'd be happy with 1 billion gallons. How about we just start there and see how this unfolds? But so we price it today. So we're making ethanol today, right? So there's already a market there. It already gets priced. And we're not going to cause more corn to be grown. I don't buy that. They're going to do a good job growing more corn. The first thing we're going to do is convert existing ethanol to SAF. And, I didn't mention it, but we're designing our process to be highly modularized and get the cost down as much as possible so we can roll this out to the ethanol industry. Because, we'd love to own and operate plants, but we don't have the amount of money it takes to own and operate a bunch of ethanol plants. So our plan is to roll us out to other ethanol plants and then convert their ethanol to SAF. And that, in my view, will help balance the ethanol demand coming from the gasoline market. Someday, maybe we'll build SAF plants and ethanol plants or something equivalent to that to convert corn all the way to SAF. But we're a ways off from that. I don't know. Did that answer your question?
Well, my concern is if you increase the supply, if you increase the supply of feed, it's going to crash. And so
But you're not, so you're taking away from corn, which takes away from the feed supply, and then you're giving back high protein.
Telling me that this effort won't increase the supply of DDGs beyond what it is now.
No. First you're going to convert existing ethanol plants, right? So they've already got the DDGs.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you're going to convert corn that's already being grown. So it's already going to livestock. Or if it doesn't go to livestock, I would think farmers wouldn't grow it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just maybe this is a silly question, but mentioned of sustainable marine fuel. And how are you guys looking at any of that? How does that relate to SAF? I know SAF's the big, obviously, potential market. Are the conversions and everything and the engines, all of that, is that something completely different? Is that a potential market?
It is. The problem with historically marine fuel is like dirt cheap. And that's why we didn't look at it before. Obviously there's more of a motivation to switch, but when you think about, it's not to say it doesn't apply to marine fuel, but somebody pointed out to me, they said, for SAF, for renewable jet fuel, people that fly on planes can afford a few more dollars for the jet fuel, renewable jet fuel. Because you're not talking about, it's somewhat of a luxury flying on a plane. But shipping materials around is generally they use extremely low cost fuels. But we could make them, sure. And other people are serving that market, are planning to serve that market, which is great.
I just hadn't heard much about it, so interesting.
That's why, what it is there's so much clamor for SAF, renewable jet fuel. That's like when you talk to an investor, like when we you go to build this plant, we're designing a plant to be built in Richardson that would convert 50 million gallons of ethanol to 30 million gallons of SAF. Like, we're not sitting on the money. We don't have the money to build it. We're going to go to investors and pull the money together. They really love renewable jet fuel. And part of it is you're selling the jet fuel to the airline. The airline's not going to pay more. And like, we have lots of offtake agreements with airlines. They don't pay more. Now, if you can sell your carbon credits, which that's the plan, is you disassociate carbon credits from the physical gallon. You sell the carbon credits to the corporate clients that want the carbon credits. They value them, and they're willing to pay for them. So that's the business model there. So.
And Matt is the director of feedstock sourcing and strategy. All right. So Matt, welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you guys for the opportunity to join you today. Yeah, you guys are definitely getting your fill of renewable fuels and SAF. So some of this may be repetitive, but hopefully we can give you a little bit different twist on kind of what we're doing and sort of where we fit into supply chain. And by the way, that was a great segue, right? We do buy feedstock from all over the region. North Dakota is a key supplier of ours. We buy soybean oil from there, and certainly view that as one of our key sourcing areas. So I thought maybe I'd start off by giving you just a little background on Calumet. Calumet is the parent company of Montana Renewables. They own 85% of the Montana Renewables plant. We have another investor, Warburg Pincus, that's involved for 15%, but let's start with the parent company. See if I can get my slides to advance for you. All right, we are a public company, so again, for you speed readers there, you guys can take a look at the cautionary statements, but we'll quickly slide past that. Calumet has its roots in petroleum refining, and more specifically, it's specialty petroleum refining. So we do have a group of refineries in the Gulf Coast, in Louisiana, and our focus is really around specialty products at those facilities. So base oils, solvents, waxes. Think of products that maybe the big refiners are not as focused on. We find that as kind of our key area. And the reason that's kind of important is as we looked at that refining asset we had in Great Falls, Montana, or have in Great Falls, Montana, it became very apparent that our expertise in being a specialty producer translates very, very well into being a renewable fuels producer. Right? We've got an amazing engineering staff and very creative thought leaders in our organization that realized this potential very early on in what Great Falls refining could be. And so we converted and started this process in 2020 from ideation to operation. But again, you can kind of see our footprint here, mostly Gulf Coast. You don't see anything in Montana right now because it's not part of the specialty products division any longer. It is carved out and separate as Montana Renewables. So as I mentioned, you can see there's kind of two pathways, right? The specialty side of the business continued to advance and launch, and in 2020 we started to sort of see what Montana Renewables could be, and so through financing and construction in 2021 and all the way to startup in 2023, it was a pretty quick move, right? And I've heard a couple other speakers talk about what it takes to convert an RD plant. I think this morning's conversation was around taking a less economically productive asset and converting it to renewable fuels. I don't know if that was necessarily the case. This was really just the best fit for us, right? So when you look at where the asset's located and the capabilities, and hold on to that thought here, the capabilities, it's really important that you have the right capabilities at the plant to convert it to renewable diesel. But anyway, the journey started in 2022. We went all the way to full production in 2023. And have been running since then. So that does make us one of the, I would say, fairly early adopters. Some of the large folks that have come online recently are as recently as last year with Rodeo and P66's big expansion. But in terms of size and scale, we are permitted for 15,000 barrels per day of renewable fuel production at that site. And we also, I guess, just to level set, we had that facility was about a 30,000 barrel per day refinery. We split it in half. So we still have legacy refining on one side. So we make petroleum road fuels, asphalts, and other products on that same site in Great Falls. And then we carved off one of our hydrotreaters and some other assets to make renewable fuels. Okay, so what are some of the key highlights or differentiators for Montana Renewables? I would say we're a state-of-the-art facility because the treater that we converted to make the renewable fuels, we call it the Renewable Fuels Unit. So not very creative in our naming, but that asset was actually had the correct metallurgy, and that's where I said hang on to the technology piece, right? So you got to remember, a lot of these old refineries were built, honestly, 100 years ago, right? So the industry is old. There's been very little new investment in hydrotreating other than the folks that have purpose-built and converted. We had an asset that was there that we could quickly convert, and that certainly helped with our time to market. So we do have a competitive advantage from that standpoint in that most folks worry about the TAN or the total acid number. When you bring in an animal fat or a veg oil that has higher free fatty acids, the TAN is higher and it's far more corrosive on the equipment. Right? So we had to be cautious of that. Second piece is our strategic location, right? And I mentioned it wasn't necessarily that this was an underperforming asset. It was the fact that it was the right location for the asset, right? So we are located where we have access to a lot of animal fats, a lot of veg oils, which obviously North Dakota, a great producer of veg oils, and distiller's corn oil, which we also source from North Dakota. So we were in the right spot to source that low CI feedstock. We're also very close to all the low carbon markets. California is the most notable one. A lot of time spent on discussing the California programs, but Washington and Oregon both have active programs, as well as BC, and then more broadly in Canada. And so again, I think that our strategic planning to get us from ideation to execution in 3 years is pretty impressive. Especially for a company our size. And I had to change this slide here from the largest producer of SAF in the Western Hemisphere to one of the largest producers. Up until last year, until Rodeo came online, we were the largest producer of SAF in the Western Hemisphere. And again, one misconception I think is that anybody can make SAF without a lot of investment. There's a little bit more to it than that, right? I mean, there are SAF molecules that can be carved off, but the ability to segregate and separate those molecules from SAF and to renewable diesel to SAF is fairly complex, right? And so we're in the process. Well, let me table that for just 1 second here until I get to the max SAF slide. But I mentioned the proximity to feedstock, and I could have probably slid this circle a little bit down and to the right to more further encompass North Dakota. But it is impressive when you look at where the crops are grown, and other than different than an ethanol plant, right, where they take raw corn from a farmer, from an elevator, and grind that, convert it to ethanol in one process. We have to have an intermediary, right? So in most cases, it's a crush plant, right, whether it's canola crush or soybean crush, or in the case of tallow, right, you've got a rendering plant. You're actually slaughtering the animals for beef. You're not trying to make tallow, right? So there's always an intermediary step, and you see camelina oil is mentioned here as well. I think that's one that we've been excited about. We actually produced SAF with camelina oil and shipped it to Minneapolis for blending in the Minneapolis St. Paul airport. So you can see that we are very strategically located in a region where we have access to ample feedstock. And depending on your calculation, you can say we have 10 times the feedstock we need within this draw area, and that's what we think is a great competitive fit. But again, I mentioned this need for crush, right? I mean, as we look to grow out this industry, and there are some pretty aggressive growth plans, we are still focused on feedstock availability in North America, specifically low CI feedstock availability, but also, you get to the second tier of that market, which is virgin veg, crop-based oils. We really need to have the ability to continue to crush these at a consistent high pace to generate and produce the oils that are being consumed in this industry, right? So crush is a big piece that we focus on as well. Is how do we keep pace with the renewable fuel production, and how do we keep pace with that on the veg oil side as well? So I started to talk a little bit about the LCFS programs, the low carbon fuel programs. The West Coast is the predominant one, but you can see there's a lot of other jurisdictions that are either in discussions or adopting renewable fuels and LCFS low carbon fuel programs. That will continue in our estimation. We think that's sort of the way of the future. The programs are, becoming more restrictive. California has a ramp up in their requirements in terms of crop-based inputs. I heard some other speakers talk about that as well. It's one that we're watching very, very closely. Just the sheer lift, for a crusher to have a shape file of every farm field where the crop was produced and grown, that was further crushed and processed into renewable fuel. It's a pretty heavy lift, right? So we're watching these programs and trying to make sure that we're on the forefront of compliance. And I would tell you that's one of our larger groups in the company from a commercial side is our compliance group, just trying to keep track of all this stuff and stay on it. But the reason, again, we chose this location of Great Falls is because of its proximity to these markets, right? So we can hit all these markets efficiently. Certainly, if you look at where Louisiana, and Texas, where the other coastal Gulf players are, they're still shipping their product either in one of two ways: via Jones Act vessel through the Panama Canal to hit these California or West Coast markets, or by rail. In most cases, it's by rail, right? So their transit times to hit Washington or Oregon or Northern California, or even Southern California for that matter, it's significantly more than you can both cost and to transport, and then also timing to market. So another reason we feel like it's advantage. So I'm going to go ahead and stay along the track here of the questions I think that were asked, and I'll hopefully leave some time here at the end to answer questions. But one of the questions was what regulations or what policies are working in the space, right? So I guess we could spend an hour on this slide alone here, but we feel like there is a supportive regulatory environment and a landscape. If you, I guess, train your eye a little bit on the upper right graphic there. This is one we talk about a lot because I think it illustrates kind of where the industry needs to go to meet the mandates, right? One of the things that came out that was unique in the EPA's, in the RVO, that came from EPA was they actually announced the biomass-based diesel volume obligations in RINs. So it was 7.1 billion RINs. And what's interesting about that is past rules have been reported in biomass-based diesel gallons, right? So it's interesting because the headline that everybody picked up was 5.61 billion gallons of biomass-based diesel. And if you do the math on it, take 7.1 billion divided by that 5.61 billion number, you end up with like 1.26 or 1.28 RIN equivalency values. And we generate, as a renewable diesel producer, 1.6 RINs per gallon of fuel. Biodiesel produces 1.5 RINs per gallon of biofuel. So the real number is actually more like 4.5 billion gallons of gallon equivalent fuel to generate the 7.1 billion RINs. So why is that important, right? Again, the headline would say 5.6 billion gallons of production in just biomass-based diesel. And in reality, we can meet that with far less. And the reason for the difference was kind of read deep in the footnotes of their release, they put there is a 50%, proposed 50% reduction in RIN equivalent generation for imported feedstocks or foreign feedstocks. And so they made some assumptions on how much foreign feedstock or foreign fuel would be imported, and therefore the RIN generation associated with that, and arrived at that 5.61 billion gallon number. We think it's going to be less than that because we do believe we have enough domestic feedstock to meet these mandates. But either way, it is an increase, and we're happy with the increase. We think it could have been a little bit more. We're certainly hoping that in the final rule it will be a little bit more, and we hope they go back to the old methodology of being in gallons and an uplift from where we're at. But either way, right, we have to fill. We expect a deficit in the D6 pool and probably the D5 pool of the RINs as well. So when you look at 4.5 billion gallons of actual production plus 1 billion gallons that need to flow down to the D5 and D6 pool, that gets us back closer to that 5.6 billion number, which again, it is a massive increase over where we're currently at. And so the way this chart is built out, if you look at kind of where we're at in terms of our cost of operation and our break-even margins, you can roll through all the blue bars here because it's going to take all of the renewable diesel production to actually meet these mandates. And then you get into these larger scale and even the smaller independent biodiesel producers. The reason we sort of lay it out like this is because there is a cost difference to produce biodiesel and renewable diesel. And, for the industry to operate at these levels, we would expect, margins to improve. And there's really two ways that happens, right? It's going to either be in the form of the credit values or in the form of, but largely the credit values in the RINs, right? So the second piece would be the RINs. And the current RIN market has been somewhat depressed just because we're rolling out of a potential surplus production year into a deficit year, right? So 25 to 26. So again, what's working? I mean, I think the White House is supportive. You can see that in the RVO numbers. 45Z, there was a pretty big shift down in the 45Z from $1.75 down to $1 on the SAF. That's a hit, but it still does show that with some ILUC reductions and that playing better for canola and soy production, that should be supportive of the industry. And then the SREs, right? I mean, again, I know people have talked about this already. The small refiner exemptions, I think there was 175 petitions, and there was a range of full to partial waivers on grants on those SRE petitions. Certainly, the last piece of the puzzle we don't know is going to be the reallocation, and that reallocation of the RINs will be the real that'll be the final tale of whether we're actually deficit or surplus RINs here for the compliance year. So again, the second question, or one of the other questions that was asked is, what's the concern or what's not working, right? Well, I think policy uncertainty has been the biggest challenge we've had. I'm a trader by background. I've been about 25 years in the industry. Started my career with ADM and have been trading veg oils or biofuels pretty much my entire career. And the one thing that's very, very difficult for us is how do you trade a market where you just don't know the rules, right? So the rules are still sort of evolving and ill-defined, and what we've seen is probably an excessive amount of volatility and margin, just simply because of that, right? So if you looked at earnings from some of our larger competitors, right, they have not been stellar, right? They're public. You can public earnings, and ours as well, right? We're nowhere near where we'd like to be, but policy uncertainty has led to extreme volatility. And I think next year could be interesting as well to see, maybe it flips the other way where you've got extreme volatility in margins, maybe to the upside, because we're trying to scratch back from some of the stuff that we've missed out on this year. So the SREs, like I mentioned, 175 petitions, 63 full exemptions, 77 partial, which was 50% exemptions. And but ultimately, we're waiting on this guidance for reallocation, which will be a really important piece of the puzzle for us. And then the final rule on the RVO, again, the 50% RIN equivalent for imported feedstock does act in conflict with 45Z. So it'll be interesting to see whether they try to align those policies or whether that remains. I think there's probably some legal precedent to say that it's going to be tough to keep that 50% in there, but I'm no expert on the legality or policy base there. And then CARB, this is one that I think is really important for this audience. I mean, there are some restrictions in these shape files and how CARB is going to want to see compliance. And again, we're trying to prove to them that we're not, breaking new ground or increasing acres of production. It's pretty apparent. You guys are close to it. I grew up on a farm in Iowa, and I promise you, we've been farming everything we could for years on our farm, and it's not new production that's coming out there, but we have to sort of prove this in our attestations to CARB. And one of the ways they're looking at is these shape files or actual point source geospatial coordinates of where the feedstock is sourced. So that rule is supposed to go into effect in 2026, and here we are, right? Entering Q4 and a crop that's being harvested as we speak, right? And in the south and southern part of the U.S., right? Soybeans are coming off, and in the next few weeks you'll be harvesting there. And the reality is, how are we going to be able to prove where those soybeans came from or canola came from as we look to move that oil that produced the renewable fuel into California? And then I guess just to talk a little bit about kind of what we're doing and how we're moving in the industry. A lot of talk around SAF, right? So, we actually, you guys probably picked up the headline. We actually received a $1.4 billion loan from the DOE, Department of Energy. It's not a grant. There was one misconception there. It's definitely not a grant. It's a loan, but there are some favorable terms, right? So it's really helped us advance this project of max SAF. So currently, running around 12,000 barrels a day, we produce around 2,000 barrels a day of SAF. So, and this is all public. You guys can find it in any of our investor slides. You'll be able to find most of what I've shared here today. But when we go to max SAF, we're calling it max SAF 150 because this is the intermediate step to our full max SAF, which will be 300. We'll be able to produce 8 to 10,000 barrels per day of SAF. The reason there's a range is because, as I mentioned, it's a little bit of an art and a lot of science, but a little bit of art on how much SAF you can effectively convert. And you're really pulling it out of that renewable diesel pool and taking it into a SAF pool. So to split those molecules and get it cost effectively separated is really kind of where the art comes in, right? So we are well underway on that project. Once we got into the engineering and design, we were able to get that done a little bit quicker, we think. So we're expecting that to come online sometime in Q2 of 2026. We'll see that expansion come on, and then the full 300 million gallon per year expansion to max SAF 300 will occur over the next 3 to 4 years. And that's really unchanged. That's been kind of our target with the DOE and the funding on that project. So again, why is that important? Well, I mean, the max SAF 300 is a full doubling of the plant, right? So instead of being a 13 to 15,000 barrel per day producer, will be 25 to 30,000 barrels per day of production, which will no doubt require more feedstock, right? So we're currently setting the stage for how do we source that feedstock? Where do we source it? Are there any benefits to trying to get all the way down to the grower level in terms of establishing CI scores and understanding the crop inputs? Again, growing up on a farm, I'll tell you, that the farming industry is extremely good at producing, right? So I mean, the yields have been increasing for years, and I think that given the appropriate direction, I think that we'll see producers continue to evolve and adopt those low carbon farming practices and climate safe farming practices. I really think that's going to be a way of the future. But again, without the correct guidance and rules, it's really tough to push that. So this is where we're headed, though, right? I mean, I think that the future really is in SAF. So similar to what we saw, I guess, some of the other speakers talking about, you can see the just the mandated global demand for SAF stacking up, and you can see that we're nowhere near meeting it, right? So if you look at the production levels, the bottom bar is a base volume that's just voluntary, right? So up until now, without mandates, we've been able to sell into the voluntary markets, again, whether it's through the form of selling the scope 1 and scope 3 emissions, or whether it's through actually selling blended SAF. 2024 was mostly voluntary blending. 2025, you can see demand is really catching up with production. And then when you get from 26 forward, it's really outpacing, right? So, you can see for the graphic here, it stays, the production stays constant from 25 forward. That won't be the case, right? But this is the 25 base volume, and it shows you that we're going to have to see the production increase and really to a step function increase when you get out to 29 and 30, right? So, which seems like a lifetime away, but it's really not that far when you consider the life cycle of some of these projects. So that's all I've got prepared. I just wanted to give you kind of a rundown on Montana renewables, and I know we've got a few more minutes here, so would love to answer any questions you guys might have.
What questions do you have for Matt? Yes, Doug.
Thanks, Matt. You talked about camelina.
Yep.
Are you guys getting much of that? Is there much being produced? And I guess I'll go to the source itself. How accepting are farmers with it? My understanding is it doesn't make for a very good livestock feed. So if they're going to produce it, what are you guys doing with the meal?
Fantastic question. And are we getting much of it? No. The answer is no. I mean, I'll be very candid, right? I mean, we think there's a lot of promise in camelina. There's two real problems. Number one, I think that the the seed genetics are way behind other crops. So I think that, you know, we're seeing that the yield is variable from what I've heard from growers in Montana. And so that's problematic, right? I mean, if you're a farmer and you're looking for a crop rotation to rotate out of some of your wheat, and it's not a consistent yield performer, and you've got variability in your actual crop returns, it's problematic, right? Second piece is exactly what you said. Where do you crush and where do you get rid of the meal? There's a very small amount of inclusion. You can include an animal feed. So it's either you're really blending this stuff out very, very thin to get it fed to animals, or you're finding an industrial use, right? And so there are a couple companies. I've heard of one that's actually working on a bioplastics project to use camelina meal as an analog in a bioplastic. That would be pretty interesting, right? If you can, sort of pulverize the stuff up and use that meal as a bioplastic filler, that would be great. We'd love to buy the oil. But I think there's a couple things that have to happen. First, we need to get a little bit better seed genetics, and then so the farmers are happy growing it, right? And if the farmers will grow it, I think that the crush will come along to crush it, and I think we'll find a solution for the meal. And I guess a similar vein in canola, right? So I think that Montana farmers are struggling a little bit with canola as well. It's 1 year it yields great, the next year it may not. We got a couple 100,000 acres grown, but it could be over 1 million acres, I suppose, if you look at a reasonable wheat rotation. But Invigor Gold, which is a BASF project or a seed variety that was just launched, it's bred and purpose bred for kind of that Montana climate. So it's kind of interesting to see whether that'll take off as well. But camelina, carinata, all those we think have promise, but we got to get them scaled.
More questions? I'll ask Matt, what about sunflower or safflower or other flax, maybe as an example? Do you see any advantages, disadvantages with some of those other oil seeds like flax or sunflower?
I think it comes down to price, right? Sunflower oil traditionally has kind of priced itself out. Again, maybe one of the misconceptions about SAF or even RD production is that you're really looking for a very specific fatty acid profile or carbon chain. I mean, you can really make the carbon do whatever you want it to do, right? I mean, you can break down any oil. Certain ones require less hydrogen, for the hydrotreater and things like that. But I think that the only downside maybe to the sunflower oil would be price, right? So to the extent it's price competitive and we can get a pathway, for carb and or for an airline, I think that we're wide open to any oils. So.
I'm gonna check and see if we have any online questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
With the camelina and I'm gonna guess north central Montana, are folks attempting to grow it as a winter crop in rotation with a spring wheat or durum, or are they growing it as a spring planted crop if they have it?
Yeah, I think what's been grown so far has been spring planted. Now there's a company called oh man, I'm trying to blank here right now. Ash Creek Renewables. They're doing some work on that right now. They've actually looked at some South American varieties, and they're actually bringing up some. I think they actually got 1 or 2 from Montana State. I believe they got 1 or 2 varieties that came out of their breeding programs as well. So Ash Creek is doing some work on that right now. I'll be very honest. I'm not quite as close to that, to the camelina and the cropping practices and what they're doing, but happy to get you in touch with those guys at Ash Creek because they are doing some work on camelina. In fact, they're doing a lot of work on how do you solve the whole puzzle, right? I mean, John Cusick is the founder of Ash Creek. He's been in the renewable space for a long, long time. I've known him for years, and he's looking at kind of how do you solve the problem, right? I mean, if you've got a crop that grows well and oil that works well for it's a waste oil. There's no debate over food versus fuel, and you can make that into SAF, and airlines and consumers are happy to have that as the base feedstock for their SAF. And now can we make it economical for the grower, for the crusher, and for us as the end user of the oil.
Hey, Matt, how do you deal with metals content and contaminants from, UCO and other source feedstocks?
Great question. Yeah, it's funny because I spent about an hour on the phone this morning with my with the ops team complaining about the chlorides in UCO. So it's a big problem, right? So there's a lot of things you have to worry about with metals. Maybe you guys know this, but you're concerned about contaminant loading on your catalyst beds, potential coking, things like that happen in your reactor, and shortening your catalyst lives. And then there's some that actually have potential safety impacts, right? So chlorides can have corrosion, stress, cracking in some of the metallurgy in your products. So how do we handle it? Well, two ways, right? First off, we try to be cautious and cognizant of what feedstocks we're buying. Some are inherently higher in metals. For example, poultry fat can be extremely high in metals. Choice white grease can be very high in metals. So we try to be cognizant of what we're buying and the blends and what we're going to actually feed it. And the second way, and the most important way, is we have a pretreater, right? So we actually have an ARA technology pretreat unit, and so we've modified that slightly so it's somewhat proprietary to our facility, but it does remove through a water wash system. We're able to get those metals out and remove. So we're feeding it with very low phosphorus, very low calcium, very low iron, and chlorides going into the unit.
Follow up, Matt. So you guys enforce a specification and maybe does it pay for a feedstock provider to clean that up before it goes to you, or is it just best to send it to someone like you and you'll just kind of take care of it? How does that work?
Yeah, so we don't enforce a specification. We do, right? So there's industry trade specs, right? So if you look at the AFOA, or American Fats and Oils Association, or NOPA on the soybean side, or COPA on the canola side, there are specifications for phosphorus, free fatty acids, moisture, things like that. But they do not call out specifically which metals, right? So we work with some of our suppliers that have pretreatment units, for example. And we do have a metal spec on those. If it's open commodity feedstocks, if we're just buying tallow in the market, or we're buying, used cooking oil in the market, we unfortunately have to trade by the industry spec. So then we try to manage it through best practices, right? If we know that there's a certain supplier that doesn't do as good of a job of decanting off the water, and which a lot of the water, the metals are entrained in that water, they come out, if they're decanting or centrifuging or whatever they do, right? So we'll try to be somewhat source specific on how we get that feedstock. And I think for us, the biggest success we've had is working with our suppliers, right? Is if I've got someone that's got a problem, whether it's high moisture, high metal, something like that, we've been able to work through most of them, just trying to help them understand what that does to us. And frankly, it's an option. Either they can sell it to me at a price, or they sell it to someone else down the road at a cheaper price, right? I mean, I think everybody's starting to figure out where the good sources of feedstock are and where they're not. And we can handle most anything. So we do have a very robust pretreater. We can handle it, but to your point, it's a cost, right? So I think we can handle it probably cheaper than most. So I don't know that it makes sense to go build pretreat capacity. In fact, there was a couple plants down south that tried doing that. One in Alabama that failed, where that was their business model, was to actually bring in these dirty feedstocks, run it through a traditional soybean oil type or veg oil type centrifuge or degumming process, and a clay filtration to try to trap the metals. And technology wise, it's totally successful and totally fine. But now you're shipping it to one place, you're incurring $0.015, 2 cents cost to clean it up, and then you're shipping it another place. So just the economics and logistics of it just don't work. Versus us, we have that technology already. So ship it to the destination, we'll deal with it, right? To a limit. If it's horribly high, then obviously we've got limitations in our technology as well.
Thanks, Matt.
You bet.
All right, Matt, I've got one last one for you, I think.
Okay.
It's last call. So we've got a lot of smart people in this room, and people that can do a lot of stuff. If you could have them solve any one problem for you, what would it be?
Gosh, that's a loaded question. Well, I think for me, the piece that we really have to solve as an industry is really to get our arms around, how do we get a feedstock that is universally accepted, right? Right now, again, I've heard other people talk about, the airlines and the end consumers, really concerned about CI scores and really concerned about, this waste oil concept versus a virgin veg oil or a seed oil concept. I think that there's a really, kind of a lack of understanding about what we're really trying to accomplish here, right? I mean, every grower I know and every farmer I know wants to be a good steward of their land, right? They're not out there trying to over fertilize. They're not trying to do anything that's harmful. So I think that education is the big piece, right? How do we educate and track it? And tracking, I would say that's the second largest piece is how do we track this stuff? I mentioned the heavy lift we have from CARB right now. We're really, kind of in a tough spot as an industry if we are going to comply with CARB's requirements for geospatial coordinates and shape files of every seed oil that's grown and crushed and turned into renewable fuels. That's a very heavy lift, right? So I think there's a technology aspect there. So helping farmers reduce their carbon footprint, and helping them track that and potentially monetize it, right? I think that's a pretty big opportunity and something that the industry is looking for. Now, there's a lot of people trying to solve that, right? But I think it's it's an important piece that needs to be answered.
I do want to share the little bit that I know about DG Fuels. And so it was probably 6 months ago that they announced that they were planning to build a plant in Moorhead that would, I believe, be cellulosic ethanol and SAF production. So the one thing he told me is that tell everybody here that they'd be paying $100 a ton for corn stover, those types of the leftovers from harvest, basically. And using, do you know what other kinds of materials or feedstocks they would be using?
So when they were talking about the Minnesota plant, it was primarily crop residue. Woody biomass works as well. Their technology, producing a syngas, so essentially combustion controlled. And then they use something called Fischer-Tropsch, which was really taking the individual hydrogen and carbon atoms and lining them however you want to. So there is a lot of flexibility in terms of feedstock and in terms of forgiveness because you are doing something big. One of the challenges with it is scale. And so it's definitely a project with a B in terms of dollars. It also, like other projects that are cellulosic, it's a feedstock aggregation, material handling, getting into that state. And I'm not speaking about that project, although it did a little math, but I don't recall the numbers. Iowa State was looking or had activity for a long time on the same pathway, and they basically would have needed all of the corn stover in the state of Iowa. I mean, you have to draw a very large circle, and it's challenging because you need everyone in the circle. And if this person doesn't tell you, you need to get this one up here, and that person might be 150 miles away or more. So, but it's a different animal.
Yeah. So I know that he did tell me yesterday when I talked to him briefly, he mentioned that the big beautiful bill was kind of a shrug. There were some things that helped, some things that didn't in their work towards this. And I didn't get a sense from him of how is it 100% certain, or have they put a shovel in the ground? I'm guessing it's a ways off, but that would be a future look in the region.
So Casey, something you may want to share with them. Not that I'm not advocating for all my farmers out there, but just be fair in how you price something instead of saying that you're going to pay $100 a ton, because that may make their project very uneconomical. Just pay what it's worth, and how they want to figure out what it's worth is whatever the feedstock is, what's the amount of phosphorus and potassium and nutrient value in there that you're taking off the field. Just pay that by the ton. And farmers just know I have a replacement cost. Now, if you're going to make them bale it, move it, they'd be better off hiring a company, a third party to go do all that for them, pay the farmer, And people feel fair and it won't be slighted and screwed up and.
And we went through a similar exercise a little over a decade ago when Spiritwood was thinking about cellulosic, and that is at the time, 60 million gallons. The circle still went into South Dakota. The catchment area went into Minnesota, again, just by a few miles. You're going to need a lot of material. This is an order of magnitude bigger, and that's a lot more material. But the framework you just mentioned, that's what we used. And again, just as that initial estimate, and markets change, and so that price might swing a bunch. And so $100 might be a great price or a horrible price.
Yep. Yep.
All right, so what we wanted to do instead is to move into our closing activity. And for those of you that are online on Zoom still and participating that way, feel free to unmute and chime in at any point. But the way that this was all designed was to get you thinking about what kind of research opportunities there might be, what kind of collaboration opportunities there could be, who would you need if you wanted a particular project to try out. So we want to have that discussion about how did your conversations in your small groups go? What are the opportunities that you're seeing? So
yeah, I would say I think everybody's actually extremely awake for an afternoon session.
Yeah.
Is anybody really champing at the bit, to kind of break the seals to start the conversation? And if not, I'm gonna pick on Christy.
I do have one general question. Is anybody in California excited about CARB? We keep hearing about how CARB and.
Well, so you can walk through the different stakeholders. When you're filling up with gas, you're not a fan of CARB.
Right.
If you, I don't know if they have any great champions, but they're now there. If you go back 20 years and why it was created, and you can go back 20 years with the RFS and why it was created is because, in the case of CARB, it was an environmental progressive thing. In many cases, those, again, putting a bunch of people into a big group, they're not necessarily as supportive. And oftentimes you're not doing enough, right? Or you're doing things with agriculture. But that CARB is also there, and CARB is a very large bureaucracy. They do a lot of things. You can essentially, it's California EPA is what it is. They have a lot of functions. They're able to generate a lot of money. They're relatively powerful. But I don't know if you bump into too many people who are super excited, and maybe even the people on the board are super excited about CARB.
Okay. Not that I've spent a lot of time in California. When I have, it's been for meetings and I'm gone again. Why doesn't somebody challenge them on the hypocrisy of their model they built there, or their experiment? I'll bring up one. EV cars. They push for EV. Then they have people pull up to their charging stations, and on the other side of the charging station, they have a diesel generator behind a fence that is providing power to charge up the cars. This is, people are not making connections. They're not challenging their leadership. They're not.
And two, if you think about California policy, CARB has one role, but the legislature has another, and who are driving these things. And oftentimes the tax credits, the support for EVs is also coming, some of that is coming from the legislature, which I will say still has that local connection and a current local connection. But yeah, I work in this space and I have a long list of things like that are they're head scratchers. At the same time, I'll let other people in other jurisdictions kind of have their politics.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And I should mention, my wife is a Disney addict. I've been to Disneyland 15 times. Seriously. It's Goofy does not just live in Disneyland.
And to your point, Doug, I mean, I think it's just a lot of the consumer's perception, right? I mean, they don't honestly don't understand. They just don't even get it. Like, it sounds like a good idea. And in their mind, it seems like a good idea for a very totally off reference comparison. My mother, we rescued a pit bull mix and she was like, oh my God, what are you doing with your little kids? What are you doing? What are you doing? This is horrible. This is horrible. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, well, you don't have any idea. And now she's like, he's the best dog you ever had. You know what I mean? It's just kind of a like, it's just a perception of, oh, electric's great, but then there's a diesel generator running what's charging your electric vehicle. It's like, well, there's.
And I'd step back to a piece of history. So one of the reasons California has CARB is post-World War II, there were a lot of vehicles in Los Angeles County, which is absolutely set up for pollution. It's surrounded by mountains and it was horrible. It was very, very bad. And California at the time was extremely conservative into Los Angeles. Orange County is kind of stayed that way for a little bit longer. And it was an issue. So they went and worked to address it, included in creating CARB. And CARB and that activity predates EPA at the federal level. And that's why they can do a lot of things, because they have that first mover. You know, they were basically the only state who did anything before EPA almost a decade later. The other thing I'd mention to it, and I don't know if the situation applies perfectly. In a lot of cases, it's like, well, I want you to drive that vehicle. I'm going to do what I do. I want you to ride the bus so you get your car off the road. And EVs, you know, EVs are good vehicles for certain trips, or might be good vehicles for certain trips. And so if you have like that 10-minute commute or 15-minute commute, you can charge at home and it's 70 degrees every day of the year. EVs, before every vehicle became $70,000 or $100,000, they were, you can see where they had the place. And then if you would add on, not even getting to what we had for federal tax credits, state level tax credits and the like, they tried hard to make that an easy choice. They also, you know, at the state level, you know, they were going to decommission their nuclear power plants and all of these things. It's like, oh my gosh, we have power issues. And just like when and actually it's worse, a consumer who goes to fill up at the gas station, if you saw the prices, you know, $6 gas, don't be surprised. Power's worse. Power is very, very expensive. And then imagine if you want to run your air conditioner, it's not inexpensive. And optimally, we'd say that that's what everybody wanted and they got together and they made this decision, but that's not necessarily really how it works.
And EV, I mean, EV is a great idea, right? I mean, it's like, but especially in North Dakota where you have to drive like there's so many miles between each. How many charging stations are there? And there's winter and the cold. It's just not really feasible for us.
And my background's in transportation. So for me, it's like there's trips where EVs make a lot of sense. Even Fargo, I actually own a hybrid plug-in EV because it was the same price as a non. But I thought this would be an interesting thing. Oh, I've had it for 10 years and it's super fun. My oldest son now drives it, but you know, I can get to and from campus on a charge and it costs less. And when my old college friends were like teasing me about becoming a hippie, I mentioned, oh, by the way, this is 60% power by coal and 20% hydro and whatever wind, which is also something that is often missed in the EV discussion. There's a laundry list of why EVs in the cold, okay, you can do long trips, hauling freight, keeping the vehicle warm. One of the nicest things people miss is internal combustion engine doesn't convert everything into mechanical power. There's waste heat. Well, you know what? Waste heat is really nice when it's 30 below outside. In a Tesla, you have to use power from the battery. to generate heat. They also have a gigantic windshield, and you have convection wind chill pulling that heat off. And again, that doesn't mean you can't use them. I have a lot of neighbors who have them. There's a lot around town, and to me, it's like, you know, good for them if that's what they want to do.
Cool story about the plug-in hybrid. RFA, we actually own a plug-in hybrid that we converted over to E85, and it has to do with that flex fuel fairness project that we were doing to kind of advocate for an even playing field. We're very practical when it comes to that. To your point, you know, if you live in a city and you only go, you know, a few miles a day, you know, 40, 50 miles a day, EV is going to be fine. It's going to work for you 100% of the time. But, you know, when it breaks down is in middle America, right? To your point, when it's cold out, when you have large distances to go, you know, interestingly enough, you know, it depends on where you live. You can be very proud of owning that vehicle if you're primarily renewable, you know, if your electricity profile is primarily renewable. And then in addition to that, you know, if you hybrid vehicles can be a very good vector to use higher levels of ethanol as well. Sometimes even exceeding the Monroney sticker in the case of our vehicle. So being practical, David is absolutely right. You know, if it works for you, that's great. But pretty much everyone who owns an electric vehicle also owns a ICE vehicle. And that has been shown numerous times through every kind of research.
And then earlier this year in May, there were 2 surveys done, one by JD Power, another by a similar organization. And they asked the question of EV owners, will your next vehicle be an EV? And it was an overwhelming no. And again, too, it's my experience with my plug-in hybrid is if the charge runs out, it's gas. You know, I took a road trip with my 2 oldest kids to Chicago. We made it to Barnesville on power, and we made it to Chicago and home on gasoline. And this is actually, you know, talking about
How far you made it.
yeah. If I wanted to go on a charge, I would have been on interstate. I wouldn't even made it to a place for stopping. But it's also interesting thinking about some of the reality we've created versus what people might claim is their goal. We could have put a whole lot of plug-in hybrids on the road over the last 20 years. And that was not a joint societal priority. We had folks who wanted EVs or something like it. And then we wanted people with just internal combustion engine. And kind of here we are.
Just the one thing that you can really applaud the United States for is choice. The problem is when politicians and certain groups try to impose what they believe is their choice on everybody else because they feel it's right. And that's one of the worst things we deal with. So about today, I really enjoyed it. There was the ability to gain some insight on different approaches, perspectives, and I don't know if I came away with any goal that I'm looking for other than I have a little more knowledge, a little more ability to maybe think about how we can help moving this whole thing forward. I think there were great things that came up out of this discussion about 45Z, which the ag community really hasn't been that engaged in. I think we're going to get something and we're going to be shocked and disappointed and maybe surprised and happy with, or at least what the results could be. But I believe that's where some of the fear comes from too. The more that I see it now, I wish we were more involved in this early on. And then the Greek model, or the Greek model, I've had some conversations with some that have been playing in this area. They have some concerns with it, I think is what was stated today, and it needs to be updated. Some things need to be recognized. How do we get involved in that conversation? The other thing, and I forget and maybe Tad can fill in the blank here. One of my conversations was with a soybean crusher who talked about two different ways that they wanted to capture the data from the ethanol facility. And they said, one, although it's a little more work, there'd be a direct benefit back to the farmer. The other one would just be saying, oh, yeah, we comply, just send the check. But then they're going to capture most of the value out of it, which becomes a problem for egg producers. They get left out of the mix again. So those are some things we're concerned about going forward. But I like the fact that we had this discussion, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, the question of, you know, if 45Z has a final rule that, you know, pays for on-farm practices, so then farmers would be the ones creating that value. We know they're not going to be the ones who capture it. That's going to be the refiner / another taxable entity that has an agreement with them. How do you share that? That's a tough question. It's one that I get a lot, and everybody wants to say, well, if it's $1, it's 80 cents. You know what? Depending on market conditions, they could get almost a whole dollar. Depending on market conditions, they could get 0. And a lot of those details, we could get kind of close, but the market has a lot to do with that. And we have only 2 or 5 corn ethanol refineries in the country who really do that, engage with farmers. Those 5 kind of have an opposite power. If there's 200 corn ethanol refineries and more renewable diesel, more biodiesel folks, then the market changes. If we have, and again, I on the farmer side, I know we have hundreds of farmers who can deliver lower carbon corn, be that tillage, whatever practice, the like. And so their power is already diluted. And there is going to be a transaction cost. And who is going to capture that? It might be a third-party broker, technology provider. Some of it might be the farmer for doing additional paperwork and reporting. But I would certainly not assign that whole up to $1, whatever that tax credit payment is, back to the farmer.
Well, in some cases, especially for the program that was put together here by the legislature this last session, I have to develop a certification program for this process, but I also have to work with ethanol producers to help them put in the type of equipment and technology that makes them more efficient and lowers their CI score. So to your point on that $1, the company's already making an investment. They should have the right to retain some of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Then the problem is I'm going to be fielding questions from farmers. How come I'm not getting all that? Well, it's going to take sitting down with everybody in the room and saying, okay, here's the cost. Plus you might have that third party app provider or somebody that's going to be doing the auditing. There's a lot of moving parts in here for sure.
Yeah.
So here's how we like to think of that. So most, oil, gas, electricity to some extent, if you're talking about renewable energy credits, you can separate the renewable attributes from the actual thing, or it's sold on book and claim. You put some in the pipe here, you take an equal amount out here. These are considered the same, right? That's the way that we would like to see it happen with climate smart ag and corn. Corn moves how it moves. It moves like path of least resistance. The supply chain is very well established, works great, even though sometimes you have corn going in opposite directions. But that's how it works. What we would like to see is that a program that allows the renewable attributes of the bushel of corn to be separated. That corn still goes to the local ethanol plant, but the farmer, through a verification program platform, they're able to sell that paper or those renewable attributes to Microsoft or an ethanol plant. Because ethanol plants, they really need, if they're going to get paid, in an LCFS type program or lower their CI, they need bushels at scale. If I'm pulling in 40 million bushels a year and I only have 1 million bushels of low CI corn, whatever, just a number. It gets lost, you know, in the aggregation. So it's like, what do I get? A half a CI point? Okay, so that's maybe part of a penny per gallon. Not quite enough to pay for, you know, the implementation of a program like that. So that's how we'd like to see. We'd like to see corn moves the way it's going to move. I don't want unnecessary corn movements. Like, for example, if you have an ethanol plant in Illinois that's going to do on-site sequestration, and they're going to have the ability to pay for low CI corn to further benefit their CI. I don't want them taking corn from North Dakota, Minnesota, or Iowa. I want them to use the corn they have and be able to separate. I want the farmer to be able to separate the renewable attributes from the corn and sell them. That's the way we kind of see it working, but definitely open to any other ideas that anyone might have.
And I have two responses. The first is if the primary goal is to reduce emissions, you'd have book and claim, because why would I move this corn way over here?
Exactly.
You know, emissions go up. The second point is it's clean fuel production tax credit. The tax credit is going to go to the refiner / taxable entity. I don't see how you're going to get that to the farmer. I don't see I don't see how book and claim is necessarily going to work. And I totally agree with the benefits of it. But I'm also in shock that anything like 45Z became law. I was looking to the future. You can see things like this are going to happen. My date in early 2022 would have been 2040.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, and I do think, and I would like to see a more aggressive, more complex system for on-farm practices. Have a bunch of practices, have the amount, you know, the feedstock model that USDA had. They have a lot of good work done that's defensible, that was done in an unbiased manner, which they could use. At the same time, I'm horrible at guessing policy. Actually, I'm really good. Whatever I pick, it's the other thing that's going to happen. But I'm not sure that we're going to ever see 45Z final rules come out. You just don't know, or I don't know. But I'm still really optimistic. And the more that they can do in terms of the farmer creating value, great. Different ways that they can have it so the farmer captures. I mean, the reason you want that is because that's the true incentive. If somebody else captures it, you don't get what you want. It's the same reason why any investment the refiner makes, they should get all of that. And you know, that ticks off a lot of corn farmers because they say, why are they making all this money, X, Y, Z? And it's like, they did something, that's their return. You know, I would hope if you did something, you'd get a return. But that's not how it works. And at the same time, too, it's, you know, that's your customer. You having a stronger customer is a good thing, which is also missed. I'm excited, but I'm always secretly hoping at events like this that somebody's going to say, I've got the inside scoop. 45Z is coming out next week, and it's going to be great. It didn't happen.
They're pretty tight-lipped about that.
So the opportunity I identified for NCI, I think that I'm going to give one of our presenters a call tomorrow and say that tour that you're going to have carbs come out to the Midwest for, bring them here. Let us host, let us get them in touch with all of these people here and see what's happening in this area. And so that's really a step I think that I can pursue and provide some value both to that organization and to our region.
And add on to that, the North Dakota Grain Growers Association every year has an EPA tour from DC, and I thought of the exact same thing. It's very similar to that, and that this CARB is the EPA equivalent for California. Maybe the grain growers could also invite someone other than just the DC folks into their meetings.
Yeah, and in my conversations with CARB, they're very interested. Again, they're all scientists, and so they want to learn, they want to see more, and you know, they might not want to realize that they were completely ignorant before they showed up in North Dakota. The one challenge they do have is you have to be somewhat thoughtful in construction because they're the regulator, so they really shouldn't be visiting with they're regulated parties. So, you know, for them to sit down with Marathon in any setting can have a bad look.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's ways in which you could deal with that. Again, the person I would talk to is the staffer, and so they know their lane. But that would be something to think about. I think that the general idea is very, very good, and I would extend it beyond PARP. There's a lot of folks who don't understand production ag and or biofuels that would benefit from it.
You know, to that point though, and this is the nice thing about it, there probably wouldn't be a regulated industry here per se. This could be a grower institution, organization-led type of event. And I think we're almost perfect for it, given the fact we produce over 54 different commodities here. We have 13 different growing regions, and we could show them so many different practices and systems in place and the things we already challenged with. I think that'd be a great idea, Casey. And God, if you'd initiate that, maybe we could get one of the groups to, or maybe you guys even want to do it. We do have a little bit of money in crop farm that we could potentially use to help offset some of the costs, because we do for the e-tour when we bring out EPA officials. That comes out of that fund.
I'll be in touch.
Okay.
But I wanted to share that example because that's when I'm thinking about my work and what I do and what our mission is. That was something that popped out to me. So I'm curious, in your conversations, what popped out for you? Like, what are your kind of action items moving out of it?
We can start. I just a simple conversation. We were talking about how many acres of corn, food versus fuel, and just laying that out of how many acres of corn and soy and where it's going, and just having that information that we can all share with people as we visit, or whether that's in DC or in St. Paul or Bismarck or wherever the case is, but just having that kind of information. And we did a little chat GPT search, and I mean, if there's 95 million acres of corn this year, what I found was there's only 500,000 acres that was sweet corn, and then the other 8 million acres were actually silage corn. So there's very little that's actually not used for grain that would not compete against the human food side. So anyway, just some simple things like that. We could work on that. I don't know if that's something with the extension service, Linda's there at the moment, but between extension and NCI, just having that information that we could use as a, did you know, make it available to people so they can use it whenever they're having those discussions.
Yeah, and there's a
Fact sheet, so call me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I knew I wouldn't have time for slides and data on ag, and I sent them to Casey. So if you need references on how we did it, it's like USDA and its cropland acres, and it shows the disappearance and why and how, and biofuels and food price versus oil price. I have a ton of that stuff. Please get it out to these folks, and then that way it kind of can help lead that discussion on how you would do it, like North Dakota Focus or however you'd like to do.
Tomorrow, you should all get a link to a Google folder that will have the presentations in it.
Yeah, and one thing that's missed a lot too with the indirect land use change modeling is we actually have 20 years of experience. So I can look at what's happened in Brazil, and it's nowhere close to what people thought might happen. And that's not even talked about. We're still arguing over which model. And it's like, how about reality? And I'm an economist. For me to say that's pretty radical.
What other ideas popped up? Yeah, yeah.
I mentioned this to a couple of you. I'm gonna try and catch with like Todd Pringle, John Deere, and ask and get a better sense where John Deere is planning to use renewable diesel. They have a standard in place for biodiesel. I've seen that, and then at the same time, I want to continue to how much you pay, expand the flames, if you will. A lot of the different things we talked about today was about renewable diesel. And we have a very, we got another thing going on too. Okay. I've got some faculty that are using the soybean oil meal to create methane. If you were to ask me how much is that going to cost, don't ask me that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not in the okay, but at the same time, we're going to want to work through different ways to take advantage of the feed source here, you know. So that's what I was thinking.
I was just visiting with Linway the other day, and he is looking at looking for feedstocks that would be going to waste, basically, to turn into 3D printing ink. And the non-food products that they were talking about could produce that meal that could be used for that type of thing too.
There's a lot of discussion today about camelina, kind of a lot of unknowns with it, and I don't know where NDSU and we can get involved in, whether that's livestock feeding and feeding trials or co-products or byproducts using it for plastics or whatever it might be, but I think there's probably a whole lot of untapped questions as it relates to camelina.
Yeah.
That maybe we can participate in.
Doug, do you want to say anything about introducing new feed? The new feed, the new animal feed? You know, we had similar experience with hemp.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work,
Yeah, because back in, this is when Secretary Perdue was there, I went to him. That been about 6 years ago when we started this and asked for ARS to be involved and help with this, because even though hemp was being fed to people, some pets that we knew of, there was nothing approved for livestock feed, and it was in the marketplace, it was adamant. They were not going to allow an animal that had been fed this until it went through the proper regime of testing by FDA and USDA. So they had 3 years of feed trials. They were supposed to set up fecal, urine, and tissue sample and blood sampling had to be taken all that time to determine if there was any ill effects or anything that was a problem. So yeah, trying to get camelina, I think, as we have talked about, first of all, they're going to turn their nose up at it, don't even want to eat it, let alone if you do force them to eat it, then what, you know?
And that becomes a real regulatory hurdle.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about millions of dollars being spent for a potential with all of the challenges of a one-use or primarily one-use problem. And also the feed trials, it's by species. So cattle, great.
Poultry,
nothing. And holding chickens and turkey and Cornish game hens and XYZ, you know, whatever you want, you're gonna have to go through that process, and it's significant. And Kendall Lambert. No, I'm at the wrong university. We have an animal nutritionist who did a lot of the beef work here.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. Swamp.
Yeah. We could do a trial, but I think to the secretary's point, it's a big hurdle when they don't like it to begin with. So to make them like it, you got to add a bunch of other ingredients that they do like, so they'll take it. That typically rises the cost, and so it can be.
Another hurdle on that in the feed industry is the FDA and AFCO no longer have their MOU, or I don't remember the MOU, but the FDA AFCO combined process dissipated about a year ago now. So there's different processes in place for approval for the official AFCO publication. And most of that goes through a K-State branch now.
And if you look at that and think, well, we'll never get this through, you just don't go down the road. I mean, Monsanto spent years trying to get, you know, Roundup Ready wheat. They had a wheat program, GMO wheat program, and then they eventually is like, well, never get this through. The cost of getting this through, so they just killed it. So why even start it? To be fair, if you know there's zero chance or really low probability of getting through it, you just aren't going to do it.
there would be the ability. I know who you need to go through at FDA. And we wouldn't be in the problem or the situation we were if AFCO hadn't did what they did. or I should say a few states. In a few states, just we're bound and determined they're gonna decide what's right and what's wrong arbitrarily. And that's when, quite frankly, a lot of us, commissioners and secretaries in other states said, this is enough. One or two people that are gonna regulate the industry to death. So we're actually supportive of preempting state laws and doing that. We generally don't like that, but when people are irresponsible.
I know of one private seed developer that is working on animal trials already for camellia. I don't know what species, and I don't know how far along they are in the process and how much time they need, but. And even then, even if a private company comes out and says, and then they go through that process, I think there's still a definite advantage for a land grant university to have, unbiased public information. So I behoove them to also reach out to some private, to public institutions to work on their behalf.
And that's, because we had looked at that with some other stuff before, and I've spent time on the phone with Jamie out in Bismarck. I mean, we can run uncleared ingredients through our feed mill here on campus for research trials. I mean, I have to document that I cleaned the mill back out afterwards prior to going back to regular livestock feed, but we can certainly be a part of that. But again, there's a lot of funding behind it that's needed.
Well, and the problem is too, when you're doing any type of livestock species, it can't go into the food chain, so it has to be destroyed when you're all said and done.
Yep.
And that's a cost.
Yeah, so it would still get cut usually, and tissue samples would be taken and blood samples and everything else, but it can't actually be sold as a human consumable product.
And to the commissioner's point, there's already this state has, unlike my home state of Illinois, we got corn, beans, and wheat, and those are the big ones, mostly corn and beans. And here we've got, how many did you say? How many different crops?
Break it all down.
Yeah.
54.
And then a bunch of those have co-products through the processors. So that the cattlemen already have, and in North Dakota, it is primarily cattle. We don't have, big poultry, swine, and dairy yet. We're working on it, but they already have so much access to some of these others that you're already it's got to just be something super good if you're going to compete with these other ones. And I think that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, well, I mean, and you can look and just talk about the bigger ones, distillers grains, soybean meal, canola meal, how much of that is consumed in the state now? I mean.
Yeah, I can tell you, it's about 4% of all the soybean meal that's produced. So, most of that is having to find a home outside. Most of the DDGs are trying to find homes outside the state. I mean, we have a very, very nice, well-developed herd, but it's still, there's a lot more than what we need. So we got to find a home for it. Canola meal's we're probably even shipping more of it.
Cow-calf operations don't consume distillers, feeders do, and we have very limited.
We prefer grass. It's still the cheapest form on the cow-calf operation, and then.
And that's the comment I was gonna make. Yeah, cow-calf doesn't need a lot of manufactured feed.
That's right.
I think the one thing though, to be a little bit optimistic on some of that stuff is, and I was been probably in high school when the ethanol boom kind of happened, but ethanol plants almost gave distillers away out of the gate because they couldn't. People were skeptical using it. The nutrition research wasn't there. So things come with time. Granted, now everything you develop another protein type source or meal type source, you're competing against an already larger market than what was there at the ethanol boom.
Soybean hulls were the same. They were free. They had to get rid of them. They didn't realize there was a market. And, they were shipping this down to Texas, Oklahoma. We're feeding all this soybean meal. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh my God, there's a market. Now it's kind of really high.
I was working at Cargill 25 years ago as a merchant, a feed merchant, and we were handing around distillers in a mason jar, looking at it like it was an alien. What is this? It's like, we're going to be up to our eyeballs in this stuff pretty soon. So this is what it looks like. And, open it up and check it out. And I think that's actually a good sign too, because we do have innovation. We do have change. And actually, I another reason why North Dakota is unique is we have farmers who haven't, unlike Illinois, where the newest crop was introduced in the mid-1950s with soybeans, we've learned new crops, you know, and at massive scale, and we will adjust to meet a variety of market opportunities, which is fundamentally different than, you know, Midwestern ag.
Our first soybean crops were soybean hay in Illinois, for feed. They used to cut it and bale it, feed, they rake it up. It's, you know.
All right, I'm gonna pop us back to what opportunities? What are you going back to work and saying, I'm gonna make a call about this or send an email or any of that?
Well, you're sitting next to me, so cover your ears and then we can get the email tomorrow. I would really like a listing of all of the terms that we've used today in kind of use order, at least down to marine fuel, maybe lower. Because, you know, there was nothing new to me today, but this is where I live and I can't imagine what it was like for you. But a lot of this, a lot of what we've covered, again, not at this level, not for a full day. These are things that North Dakota farmers need to know, the North Dakota citizens need to know. And that in many respects, that's an extension.
And there were quite a few, and I think that'd be good to have. A lot of people don't, including myself, we don't know all these. The RIN, include RIN.
Yeah, online folks, if you want to pop in here.
The camera is no longer red. Are they even on?
They may not be. Oh, there we go, there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed and learned. Sorry, in the middle of some of the talks, I had to go off and on again, so I missed some presentations. I have a random question. Maybe it's not very relevant to the big picture, but I was just wondering where we are in a trial or big project of converting agricultural waste such as husks and hulls, like a cellulose and hemicellulose residue, to any sort of ethanol or biofuel. Are we doing anything in that regard, especially in North Dakota?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll field it. So in general, there is no waste in agriculture. It's almost always a co-product because you know it's another penny towards the bottom line and it makes things work. And that's true at the farm level as well as for refineries. And I think it does also limit some of the opportunities. For example, with cellulosic, that stover in the field is worth a lot, right? So I remember when I started my position, I went back and talked to my cousin's husband and just mentioned the general idea of, you know, aggregating, it was stover and straw. And he said, I will never sell a pound of straw from my farm. And that was that. And then we had the rest of whoever's birthday party it was. Yeah, and again, it's because it was value to him. He had gone no-till. And we were a farm where near Devil's Lake, but that worked really, really well. Instead of leaving land fallow, you went no-till and had a great time. And that was a fundamental part of the operation. And you know, this is kind of a not understanding ag thing. The idea that you're going to take something out of the system. Oh, this is worth something. We should all do this. And it's like, that is one, not only economic value, it's also culture. That was, we'd only been no-till. I mean, at that time, it was a while ago, you know, no-till for 15, 20 years, but that was that.
Reduced erosion and biomass back in the soil.
Moisture control.
Future value.
Yeah. And now it's, you know, the material has value staying in the field as organic carbon. And it's like, how are you going to take this out and create more value and cover all of those costs? How can you make that profitable when in the field it's already worth a lot?
It's a future source of fertilizer. I mean, when it breaks it down, yeah.
And again, too, it's just from the carbon math. You know, you're taking this atmospheric carbon and storing it in the soil to some extent based on how you're managing. And a lot of our understanding and perspectives on these things have really changed in the last 20 years since the RFS started. And in fact, a really good example of that is one of the people at Iowa State who did the Fisher-Tropsch, the really large scale stuff. It used to be the idea is, well, we want to dial it in so we can create as much gas so that we can make all of these different fuels. No, now we want to make little gas. We want to make a ton of biochar because that is carbon in the soil forever. And that's worth a whole lot more than this biofuel is going to be worth. And he pointed this out. He's a very esteemed chemical engineer, super famous guy. It's like, it's neat to be in a room with the guy. And he's like, yeah, you DOE, 20 years ago, you told me to do this, and now you're telling me to do the exact opposite thing. And he was still excited about it. And I'm sure he's been tinkering with it for the last year. But it's a shift. And actually, you should be happy that I think we have the more correct understanding.
Still pick on Christy?
No.
Thank you. Any other opportunities that you saw?
I think there's an opportunity from the university sort of on the research, especially in the agronomic area, and Leon on the engineering side. I was telling Leon earlier, you know, we don't adopt technologies in agriculture. We adopt systems that have technologies embedded in them. And so we don't just adopt a no-till drill. We adopt a no-till drill with a herbicide management program for a seed establishment system. And that's and compare that back to clean till. And so the agronomic systems research incorporates technologies that we want to move to reduce that index score, that carbon index score. Takes time and it takes money. And I think there's an opportunity, but I think we've got to figure out a way to find funds to do some of that back where we can do it long term. You can't just get a year's funding and say something about it when it comes to agronomic stuff. You have to have sort of devoted resources so we can do this for multiple years, so we can ferret out how much of the change is due to the agronomics and the economics, or how much of it's due to just weather that we can't control. And that's become a bit of an issue, I think. And I speak as an economist because I think a lot of this becomes an economic choice for farmers. Like, should I keep doing what I'm doing, or should I take on no-till, or whatever those systems are? And but you got to have the long-term data.
Kind of.
I think Claire, she would probably agree with it. She's probably already left. But.
And actually, Claire and I have talked about having projects like that too. Yeah. Going back to green, and the point was made, but I'll reiterate. So no-till, more soil organic carbon, generally understood. How much? Well, one study done many, many years ago, not in this state, nowhere close to this state, nowhere close to our agroclimatic conditions. That's the national number. That doesn't make any sense. And if we think about what can and should be done, to me, you almost look at all of the different type of agronomic research we do. I'd rather start with specific things like that. But you're talking about tremendous gaps. Yeah. And it's not even, and that study was, 400 pounds per acre, plus or minus 300 pounds. That's almost zero. That could be zero.
And that includes studying the system itself, plus everything that's going on under the ground. And it takes a little bit more money when you're starting to do soil sampling below 6 inches and meters and things like that. Mm-hmm. It gets expensive. And so it's an opportunity, but it's a challenge. And so I would say those that are sort of at the processor level, you know, when they're communicating with policymakers, I would encourage you to sort of include that need. So we have to find ways to get some of that funding first to study some of that. So when the commissioner says we've got to be able to like get cattle have to want to eat it, yeah, you kind of have to show producers that there's something in it for them besides maybe a carbon payment. You know, and a lot of this stuff might actually, no-till's pretty economical without any of that. It's in certain places for sure. So that I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I think you're right. I think, Shane, we talked about some of this. It's kind of getting producers to, how do you get them to take on these practices though, you know, it's kind of, a change.
They will adopt them if there's a bottom line, like if it, like
yes,
economically,
yes,
that's the best way.
Economically is
That's a proven history over time. That'll work.
100%.
When you're basically telling them that they have to do something for the next 10 years to start getting the rewards from it,
it's not,
you just look at their expressions and it's like,
it has to have an economic benefit, I feel like, for them to.
And if you have some other intrinsic value that comes with it.
Yeah.
yes,
But
sir.
Then they
Yes,
will.
sir.
to make these big changes with just a maybe, you know.
Or in the other case, if we need them to do it because of the greater good, then we have to find out what the incentive has to be.
Yes.
To
True.
right. So if the market doesn't provide the incentive sort of has to be there. And so that having the number for what that is also valuable because you can communicate that back to those that have the desire to provide it. So I really think that's an opportunity, but it's just riddled with challenges. So
And in some respects too, I'm thinking about this. We do a lot of this at NDSU. We're looking at different practices. This is just not under the guise of carbon or biofuels. We've been doing it for 100 and
the difference today, though, Dave, is I would argue that we used to have a lot more public funding for long-term trials, and that has kind of eroded away. Not just here, by the way. That's not common to just NDSU. That's common to most of the ARS stations at universities and with USDA. So.
And all of those are great points. A year ago this October, the corn organization's executive directors met at Cornell in New York. And we met with the gentleman there that has run this small group of farmers where they did just that. It was more like an academy that he had. And it didn't sound too different than what private companies are doing out there or certain nonprofits that get NRCS grants or farmers union grants that they've gotten, except, and they might even had some sponsorships to help pay for it. But what it did that those other groups didn't do is it provided the legitimacy. So, it was sanctioned. They knew, it wasn't somebody that had a special interest or something at stake. It was the university doing it. Yeah. And I bet they'd be happy to share that. I would really like to see something, NDSU, whoever it would be, maybe pull something like that together.
Our
working
challenge,
with the groups.
Our biggest challenge here is for our agronomists and the other ag scientists today is they'll put together a 5-year project and then they go to the different groups for funding, and it's like, well, they only do 1 year at a time. And then you essentially have to come back next year, and then the year after, and then a lot of times they change and so it's very hard to get even 5 years. And that didn't used to be as big of an issue. And so I'm rambling on this, but it's an important point because if you really want to see adoption, you really have, you really have to have that evidence. And specifically, Dave pointed to this, the yield response to, a different treatment or something, that's important because it's the yield we're selling, but you're also selling this idea that whatever you're doing, whatever this sustainable practice is, that you really are sequestering carbon. And if you have a system where you're gonna bring verifiers that can randomly come on your property where you've got into an agreement and they come and they say, okay, then I'm gonna provide this carbon offset. And they come out there and they find out you don't have it, but you have adopted the system. Then how does that work? Do you have to go out to the market and buy it? And I mean, they've been down this road before with sort of the Chicago Climate Exchange. If anybody, it kind of dates me a little bit, but they have this, and sort of if they came out and tested, they did soil sampling and it wasn't there and you hadn't accumulated, then you had to go out to the exchange. And it just like a corn contract, you had to go out and buy it at whatever the prevailing rate is and deliver it to the market. And that was a mess. And so I don't know what the rules are going to be with the new program, if they're going to have verification stuff, but my hunch is they probably will have something.
So I'm gonna,
when I was at the USDA, we had this conversation.
Right.
And the best answer I could come up with at the time is, for example, like how many main types of soil are there?
Yeah, right.
Right.
There's a lot of soil.
And then how many gradations in between?
Yeah.
Okay. So I basically said, and I haven't given it much thought since then, is that I'm like, if we generally agree at the body of peer-reviewed work that certain practices on the whole do end up with carbon benefits and emissions benefits, then I guess my sentiment was, why not pay for the practice? Because we're talking about millions and millions and millions of acres. And if those things, if the right practices are incentivized, to your point on the commercial paper side, where different people have to have the carbon in the soil, and I know that, but if we're trying to kind of guide ag down maybe a slightly different path, or at least getting credit for something we're always doing, I'm like, why not just incentivize the practice? And I guess that was my sentiment. We can.
Well, if you're going to do that, then don't do the verification, because if you do the verification and you find out you've released your carbon for one reason or another,
verify the practice.
Yeah.
the problem, and I like where you're going with that, because
So something for free, and I'm
Eco Balance was doing a lot of this carbon work, and they found that depending on your conditions, time of the year,
the heat,
whether you reheat, whether
Or
you're
if you had
getting
a fire.
moisture, you had CO2 being released versus CO2 being sequestered back into the rangeland.
Yeah.
And that gets to a point where that's what producers are having a challenge with this whole thing is, listen, we have a living, breathing, viable operating system out here. There's nothing constant about it. And we're just afraid that you're always going to catch us on the wrong side. And then we are in violation.
Plus the additivity problem, where the bean counters on carbon, where they're counting emissions versus what's sequestered already, and they start from there.
Exactly.
So they've already basically included everything in the rangeland areas that have been sequestered, and they're like, well, you don't qualify. So they're like, well, I'll just rip it up and I'll replant it. And you don't want that.
Well, and it goes back to much of what Dave said. We've been no-tilling for 30 some years. They don't even want to give us credit for that.
It's the additivity problem.
We were the pioneers in the area. They're like, nope.
Completely understand. Yeah, it's a problem.
So, yeah, I like this system.
Sorry, I can speak on it. So I had a really good education. We have a lot of good soil scientists. We have a new relatively new soil scientist who offered to have coffee with me and give me soil science 101 as related to soil carbon for an hour. And that was the best $3 cup of coffee I've ever bought. And she walked through the mechanics. And one of the things I didn't know, the big aha, most of this soil organic carbon in the ground is still alive. It's not out of the system. It's not mineralized.
This is available to the plant.
This is either living stuff or recently living stuff, microbes and dead microbes and this and that. And so that's why when it's hot or cold or wet, you see these swings. And again, in my mind, and I would imagine in many people's minds who don't know, that it's, well, this is a little tiny rock And it's like, it's not going anywhere. It's like not even close.
And when it does sequester, it'll saturate. So you'll do a little bit, and then eventually it hits a level where where it saturates. And so when you have this idea that, well, if I do this practice, then I'm just going to keep building it. And that's not the case. At least there's some studies that have shown this S-shaped sort of saturation curve with some of it. And we're probably really into the weeds too much, but I think it could be valuable too, though. I think
We're okay.
Yeah, I'll shut up. I'll ramble all day, right?
I wanna extend a thank you to Casey for putting all that together. We actually wrote the Aspire Award to NDSU and Dr. Lardy, which got funding, and so this whole thing, everything today about it, including the funding of the meal choices. Thanks to Casey's efforts. So she picked the meal. Thanks.